Welcome to Archangel Revelations and Prophecies 444. I am Gat, your host. The viewer on the left requested this. Basically, it's going to be a natal charts compatibility comparison analysis. It's going to be done the same way we do the twin flames natal chart analysis. First and foremost, each person that requests these analysis get the free report. Free report definitely extensively explains twin flames, astrology. It gives you websites for twin flames too. But anybody talking about twin flames, first thing you want to do is on YouTube, just go right to a YouTube search engine and type in the stages of a twin flames relationship. But like I said, a lot of people don't even know what that is, and they're confusing soulmates with twin flames. They're calling people fake twins and all that. But that's because they have no education. They don't understand what a twin flame is. And it doesn't take that long to understand it. So make sure you understand it. Therefore, when you do find yourself in separation from your twin flames, you'll understand it, and you'll understand the pain that could come with it and things like that. Now, in this situation, for the chart on the left, what happens is people have to realize where you're at, and I think what happens is people they wake up saying how life should be, but unfortunately, in third dimensional, life is not going to be the way it should be, and in fact, you're dealing with forces that go out of their way to make life effed up. If I remember him, MC Hammer used to try to use his fame and fortune to help the neighborhoods he was from and stuff like that. And it was the powers that be that stopped MC Hammer. They tried to shut him down to the point that when he filed for bankruptcy, it was hood dudes that came to his mansion and dropped off a whole lot of money because they thought he was really bankrupt. So they dropped off the money in front of his house. It's got, big ass bricks and them big ass fences. So, but they dropped it off right there. And then to show you how real Hammer was, they hit him off on the cell phone. So Hammer had a direct connection to real dudes. Like, this is stuff you don't know. So you go by the media and you get some fake ass stuff. You think Hammer was, there wasn't nothing soft about Hammer. And let's keep it 100. He was extremely smart because he made a lot more money than the rappers in his day. So they tried to say he was soft, but wasn't nothing soft about Hammer. And a lot of y'all don't know that Hammer was one of Tupac's best friends. That's another quiet secret. It was Tupac that helped get Hammer on Death Row. Because Death Row and Suge ain't went no Hammer on Death Row Records. It was Tupac that got him on. See, this is the real stuff. See, this is what you got to wake up to, the reality. Because if not, what you waking up to is stress and not understanding why things are happening to you. And I remember back in the day when I used to write all them long letters. You know what I'm saying? But see, that's not good because you're going to have to learn how to let go. Now, I'm going to say let go and let spirit. Because if I say let go and let God, you think I'm telling you to be a Christian. I'm not telling you what to believe. You can believe whatever you want to. But I know for a fact you got to get to a place where you let go and let spirit. Because when you're in a situation, you're trying to control a situation, or you're in a bad situation and you're trying to understand it, that's what comes as stress. Then there's going to be health problems. You could even go insane. I got relatives that have been in crazy houses and stuff. You got to learn how to let go, let spirit. That's the first and foremost thing. So they show you in your movies, like The Matrix. So they're telling you where you're at. And all these movies come out be telling you what's really going on. And for some reason, people just think that's entertainment. No, that's real stuff. RFG Chosen One. Today is May 21st. He's got some really good videos. Really good. But no disrespect to RFG Chosen One, but a lot of stuff he's saying, I've been said that. But that's what I mean about this low energy we're dealing with. Because people's energy is so low. Their frequency is so low. Well, it's the same way if you go in church. They know how to say the right words, but they don't really live it. So you're actually putting yourself in danger going in the midst of these people. Because at some point, it's going to affect you adversely. Like, I got a guy outside my house for no reason. It's about 400 houses in this neighborhood, about just the estimation. Somehow this guy finds his way in my house, in front of my house every day. Not only in front of my house every day, just about, but also in front of my window. Now, no matter what time I go out, could be early in the morning, he's out there. Go out at night, he's out there. So I've done everything I could possibly do without getting myself into no BS, because that's what that's all about. It's an attempt to pull me back into something I want no part of. And what I'm trying to tell you is, people can do all kind of stuff. Throw their garbage in your can, let their debris get on your yard, all kind of stuff. And when you call whoever, they don't do jack dilly squat. But I bet if I did any of that stuff I just said, I bet you I'd be talking to police officers. Probably have some type of charge or some type of whatever, summons or whatever. So this is how you know you're in a democracy, demons. Now, you can believe it or don't believe it, but that's why I said until you wake up to the reality of where you at, you're going to have these type of problems. You got to get to a point in yourself where you wake up and realize that whatever I just told you is the truth, and you got to start to stand up and deal with it. And then that's when you start to breathe, let go, and you start to realize, why am I sitting here writing this long-ass letter? Because most people ain't going to read that because they got their own problems. They got their own time. They're not going to read it. Because I used to do the same thing. So don't think I'm getting at you, because I used to do the same thing. But I could give a now I could give a flying F about nobody. Gary take care of Gary. My shit taken care of. I got like a relative I take care of. When they get a little too crazy, they get put in check too. Because all these people always trying to come around. And you'll notice that the more your energy becomes more purer and you start to heal, the more all this other energy starts trying to come your way. And that's really why that dude always finds it in front of my house. That dude got some demons on him. He got some spirits on him. And therefore, they keep coming here. Because he's trying to draw me out or bait me out. And you best believe if it was 20 or 30 years ago, he would have been dead. I'm not even going to lie to you. He would have been beat with a bat or whatever. And I would have took that jail time gladly. You know what I'm saying? Because you get crazy sometimes. Not saying you're going to go to jail and have a happy life, because you're not. Because from the moment you hit that holding cell, that's another reality. That's a jail reality. Homosexuality, beatdowns, extortion, you name it. It's all part of that lifestyle. But sometimes you can only push so far where you're going to do what you're going to do. But that's why I said it took me 2 years. It took me over 2 years before I had to soul search. Because I was almost ready to go out there and just handle that dude easy. And then I finally said, you know what? I got a sick mother to take care of. I'm a grown-ass man. I don't got time for this. So now, like I said, classic Gary is a warrior. But they don't understand. If I'm dealing with your office and you ain't doing your job or whatever, I'm going over your head, my nigga. I don't care who you are. I don't care who's with you. I don't care what y'all represent. I will go over that head. You understand? I don't have too many defeats in my life. I'm just letting y'all know. You're not dealing with somebody that's silly. Now, why am I saying, why are you talking about this? Again, if I'm talking about it, it's because of what's on the natal chart. If I'm talking about it, because a person's got to learn what they want to do with their life. It's simple as that. Because that's what it boils down to. Because really, when you wake up, each day you should be able to breathe, enjoy your life, and move on. And you shouldn't allow anyone or anything to stress you out so much. Because all this stuff is signs of getting closer and closer to emotional instability. Writing long letters, going over the same thing in your head all the time. Stuff like, or I got a relative that likes to repress everything. So they've already been in a crazy house. Because they hold in, repress, and then they just start going nuts. And you try to help all these people, but like I said, they have to make that decision. They have to want their help, and there's nothing you can do. And that's why when I first started doing this, I met a whole lot of type of people, and order had to be established. Because I already been through that crazy stage. I don't plan on returning to it. So order has to be established. That's why the way I do everything, it's a procedure, it's an order that's established. If you know any psychologist, the same thing. They have to let their clients know right away, okay, this is how we do it. Like if you go to a psychologist right away, okay, your session is 1 hour. As soon as that hour hits, they be like, okay, that's it. And you be like, wow, that's it. I'm just getting started. I'm trying to tell you 40 years, all the stuff I've been through. You talking about 1 hour? We'll see you next week or whenever your next session is. Because you had to establish that. And the show I used to enjoy watching was the Bob Newhart show. Because he played some type of psychologist something, and he had all those clients or whatever. And you would see how he would have to establish standards and stuff. Because again, the bottom line is, just like I said, it's Alcoholic Anonymous. You have to stand and realize, I need this assistance. Because otherwise, can't nobody help you. That's why I say, if I meet anybody and they show me some type of resilient, tough guy stuff, then go ahead and be a tough guy. I work with a person. He came from the hood. So he thought he was, because from the hood, they think they so tough. Okay. Now, my history, I always been in the hood. I'm not from the hood, but I always was in the hood. So I kind of knew his mentality. So once I seen him showing me some type of tough, he thought he, some type of tough guy. Okay, well, now you're a tough guy. So let's see what happens with this tough guy. So the weather turned bad. Now you're a tough guy. You got a job, but you have no car. You never take the bus, so apparently you can't even pay for a bus ride, which is only like a 50 cents or $1. I forget how much the bus is. You can't even afford that, but you're a tough guy. You have no car. You have no bike. Now the weather's changing. So now what is tough guy trying to do? Hang out with me. What time you get off? You get ready to leave, so am I. And I'm looking at that nigga like, fuck you. I got my own problem. You know what I'm saying? You a tough guy, handle it. You so tough, deal with that blizzard out there. My nigga, I live right up the street. I'm good. Peace out. So now let's see if he's tough to deal with the blizzard. Now, second off, he's a tough guy. So then something else happened with the dude where they sent him home early. And I guess he was offended because they sent him home early or something. And he didn't want to deal with it. So he never came back to work. So what a tough guy. Now you're running away. So now where are you at? You're unemployed somewhere. Now you're from the hood, unemployed. Now you're not getting no type of check. And what you understand, if you were giving somebody money to stay in their house, they may put your ass out. So there's only a few other options, and that's the hustle. Okay, so now if you start hustling and get busted, now you're a tough guy. Like I just told y'all, going to the holding cell in the county. That's how we do it out here. All right, so now once you get in the county and whatever, blah, 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 we're going to see how tough you are with that life. So it don't work that way. So the purpose of me starting this video off like this is to let anybody that hears this video realize reality. Again, if you got anybody in your life that's draining you, that's something you have to deal with. Not let it stress you the heck out. Whether it be relatives or a boyfriend, girlfriend, because you don't have to wake up being stressed out all the time. And so that's the first thing I establish with anybody I'm dealing with. You have to make a choice. And if you're talking about relationships or twin flames or soulmates, they're not going to respect you if you don't respect yourself. And when you're letting somebody play mind games and emotional games on you, you obviously don't respect yourself because you care about that person more than you do yourself. And of course, they're going to hurt you. Jay-Z has a song called Soon You'll Understand. You know, he's trying to tell his female why he can't be with her. And he basically tells her, you want love. I really don't want that with you. Or I really don't want that right now. And he basically tells her, where I'm from, when you see a female loves you like that, it's either pimp or die. In other words, it's a street code that you got a pimper. So that's in a song called Soon You'll Understand by Jay-Z. So that's real life. So we have to wake up to reality and get away from what we think it should be and all that, because that's how people go crazy. Once you start to deal with reality, you deal with reality. It makes you stronger. Every day is not going to be a great day. You can be minding your own business and all of a sudden all kind of hell breaks loose because of somebody around you. Hello? See, that's my point exactly. Now, that number rings. Pick up the phone and there's somebody speaking some type of Asian foreign language. Now, I'm not sure who it is, but I wrote the number down and I'm about to check it. And then again, somebody pulling me into something that has nothing to do with me. Because if you have some business with me, I just picked up the phone. Go ahead and state what your business is with me. Why the hell do I got to hear some foreigner on my phone? I don't know what language they do. And this is not the first time this has happened. All right, so get ready to start this. And don't worry, don't get it twisted. I did this for a reason, because I already know the energy and all this. Like you're dealing with a dude that's been on this planet for decades. So it's not too much I'm gonna see or experience. But bottom line is, whatever we're gonna discuss on these charts, ultimately it's going to lead to somebody realizing he's right. You know what? Why am I writing these long ass letters? Why don't I get my shit together? And it's not to say that it hurts your feelings. I already told you I was there too. But either you want it or you don't. Because that's any situation. And that's the first thing I learned. Like I said, if the dude had a right frame of mind, me and him probably would have been cooler. But once he told me I don't give a damn, I was looking out for him. And he said to me, I don't give a damn. I said, oh, this dude think he tough. Little nigga, you only like 17 or 18 years old. I understand where you coming from. You from the hood. Same hood I used to run through. Same hood I used to cut my school. Be all up in there and ain't nobody put no hands on me. So that's how deep my respect go. Because that's more important to me than any of this other stuff. Truth and respect. All this religious philosophy and good versus evil. That shit been going on. It's like the book of Job. All you got to do is read the book of Job where good told evil to go destroy a righteous man. That's in your Bible. Where good told evil to go destroy it. Take everything from that righteous man. So how good could that be? Not saying I don't believe it, but you got to understand where you're at. You have to learn to understand reality. And once you understand reality, you're going to make better decisions and be more realistic. And then, like, give it some time. Ain't no man going to be able to play you out because you ain't going to let it happen. You know what I'm saying? You got to love yourself and all that. And that's why I said this whole supernatural stuff, twin flame, bottom line, it still has to fall into the realm of respect. Why am I going to love somebody who's hurting me? That's just stupid. So my background is straight up violence and crazy dysfunctional families and stuff. So I learned that. How is anybody going to love you if you don't love yourself? And also, how are you going to love somebody who's constantly hurting you or showing you that they really could care less about your feelings and stuff like that? So some things are just common sense. And like she said, she was going to get up and move far away. If that's what you need to do, then do it. But still, you're going to have to grow up and be tough. Because when you move far away, it's still going to be assholes wherever you go. They're all over the fucking planet. And they're over here because, like I said, the energy that's in the planet. All right. So, like I said, I'm going to try to find out if this number, I'm going to try to find out some info on this number. And if I can, that's because I do complaints. Like, what I learned to do, ain't nobody going to respect you if you ain't got nothing representing you. So as soon as I see this silly shit, the first thing I learned is documentation. All right, so now I got the phone number. I'm going to try to find out who it was, reverse search. And if I can, I'm still signing a complaint to have that number don't call here. Because don't call my house speaking some foreign language. I don't even know what the fuck you calling me for. Okay, if you got business with me, speak English so I know what the fuck you talking about. So I can address the situation. I don't have time for the silly shit. Like I said, all around me, I can barely walk out to my own garbage can without crazy shit. So I make sure everything is documented. So that way, when you do go to court, who's ever representing you will be able to tell your attorney, listen, he had been calling for months on this situation. And most people know, like, it depends on where you live. Now, if you live in a city or something, like a lot of people around you, of course there's going to be people standing in front of your house or in front of your window because there's so many people. But if you live in some little suburban neighborhood, nice, quiet-ass little neighborhood, the question has to be, why is this dude always in front of his house? How come they didn't ask that question? You understand? So sometimes people at one level don't want to do what they're supposed to. But again, this is all part of that demon frequency, democracy. They don't want to do what they're supposed to. So you got to go over their head. And then if anything happens, you got to be ready for battle. So unfortunately, as much as I like to live a nice, quiet life, it's not going to happen on this planet. And I've been doing this for decades. So that's why the Bible always talks about spiritual warfare. And that's why the good told the evil to go attack a righteous man, the most righteous man on planet Earth. That's in your Bible, Job chapter 1, Job chapter 2. So this is stuff you need to know because it's the planet you're on. It's the same spirits, the same energy. And that's why relationships is fucked up. Or that's why, oh, I'm just looking for love, but I keep getting hurt. So you have to realize that so you can wake up and deal with it. Otherwise, you'll be in a fantasy land all the time, and you're not always going to be able to run. Sometimes somebody pisses you off. Sometimes you have to stand up and fight for yourself because that's how you start to love yourself more. Like I said, when I'm dealing with anybody that's proven to be an asshole in my life, whether it's a family member or whoever it is, if they've proven to me through decades of being an asshole, we have a new relationship, okay? Because I'm not playing this game. I'm not getting no younger. My health is going down the tubes. I don't have time to deal with your crazy ass. And you have to talk to people like that, and they don't like it, but they will respect it. So that's the intro, and now we will be getting ready to get into the read right after I file this complaint on this a-hole who just called me from no apparent reason. I'll be right back. All right, so like I said, I filed a report. do not call lists or whatever. This happens all the time. I think I know who calls. They got me on some type of phone list, but what you don't understand is when they call, it's always some Asian woman recorded message. Okay, I don't speak Asian. I don't have any business with Asian. And like I said, if you have a problem, speak. Let me know what the problem is. Anybody else, I correspond with everybody. So anybody I'm dealing with, they already get correspondence from me. So they shouldn't be calling here anyway. So that's why I said you can't be afraid. You can't be scared. And this is the times we live in. And a lot of times, a lot of women, they pick and choose their battles. But you should learn how to, if you're dealing with somebody, learn how to deal with it. Deal with the whole situation, whatever it is, whether it's divorce, new boyfriend, whatever you got going on, learn how to deal with it. Because when you don't deal with it, it escalates. And then that's when either it can get violent, because then maybe somebody else will deal with it, but it's really your problem. And now you got some other guy getting into it or whatever. Whatever the situation is, as long as you're safe, you have to deal with it. Because otherwise, you might back up, you might try to carry it by yourself, or whenever people are carrying stuff that they're not dealing with, then you're gonna treat other people bad, or maybe you might try to bully. Like if you're working around people and they just start being nasty for no reason. Like, see, I'm a really nice guy, so I have a lot of people to try to push their stuff my way. So that's why people get shocked when they see like this side of me, but when they see this side of me, they don't even know how to handle it. Because there's a little nice guy, I could just push him around, but no, you can't push me around. I just choose to be intelligent. I don't want to work off low frequencies and low. I work higher. But if you want to see my other side, I got no problem showing it to you if necessary. So they have to know. That's why I said anything like family, that's decades of duking it out with these people. So they have to know too. Oh no, not him. And people also got to know right away. Oh no, not him, because immediately your ass will be reported. Because we're not gonna go back and forth. I talk to bosses. I don't talk to co-workers. I don't talk to the people starting all the crazy stuff. I don't waste my time. I talk to bosses. Where's your manager? Who's the boss? And if he's unprofessional, I go over here and talk to the corporate office. Corporate office is still acting crazy. I go over their head and deal with legal. Now it becomes more agencies that are out there. So you got to know this stuff. And when people know that you're not the person to F with, you won't have these problems. Because that's the first thing I want to know who this is. What do they represent? That's why you saw the first thing I did was get the number, do a reverse search, try to find out who it is, so I know who to report. Because sometimes even when you call those people, they still won't do anything. You got to go over their head. Otherwise, you're going to keep wasting your time. And my time, I'm always helping people. My whole life since I've been on this planet has been serving other people. Some people appreciate it, some people don't. But that's why I said I can't worry about the people that don't appreciate my services or what I do, because they're choosing the democracy. They're choosing the dysfunctional families and all kind of crap. That's what they're choosing. But there are people that appreciate what I'm doing. You got to stand up, trust in spirit, get your stuff together, and move forward. And always hold yourself accountable. Because the first thing you're going to say is, oh, my husband or my boyfriend or my... But that's a sign of not holding yourself accountable, which is why the problems are not being dealt with and they're not going anywhere. And then you're like, oh... When you start to hold your life accountable, yourself accountable, your actions accountable, boom, 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 you'll start to see more and more peace. And also the people coming into your life will be of a higher caliber, a higher quality. And that's why I say twin flames is a very supernatural situation, but at the end of the day, it follows the same pattern of, if you want that person to respect you, you got to be a person who deems respect. And if it takes that person 2 or 3 years to get it, then let them take 2 or 3 years. Because like I'm not babysitting nobody, So like with my twin, she was at that stage where she's gonna fuck. She's fucking whatever she's doing. She want to be sexy. She want to fuck, and she want to bring that shit my way. Oh, hold up, you ain't bringing that shit my way. I don't already did that lifestyle. I'm 20 years past that. You want some other stuff. Plus, I'm not going to be responsible for all them kids you have and all that. Let the dude that's dropping them babies with. So you want some hood shit. You know what I'm saying? Bad baby daddy, baby that. Oh no, you got me confused. So I don't care if you my twin. I don't care who you are. That's not coming here. You chose that life course, and now you're going to have to deal with it. Ain't nobody gonna bail you out. Like I said, you know how many times I tried bailing somebody out and then they turned on me. So again, say, well, why is this necessary? Because of the tone of how this was given to me, the tone of how this whole thing came to me, and I can already tell you, it's essentially what I'm saying. Stand up, deal with it, however you're gonna do it, and get control over your life, and that's the truth. Now, as far as the reading, you'll learn a lot more, but it's still going to go back to what I just said. Like I said, for the whole twin flame thing, my twin, who was just a rebel or just a drama queen, she'd have to grow up. And if you notice, she hasn't done that yet. Now, I haven't seen my twin. August will be 3 years. She's never, ever, and she's got my number. She's got everything. She's never reached out. Never tried to start any type of dialogue, because she's like her mentality is like a child. So she would have to grow up, and every second of the day, I'm growing more. I love where I'm going because I'm not with that low level stuff, and I'm proud of it. So she would have to grow up and get to at least a formal communication, and she's not, because a lot of people, they want it right away. They want it their way, and they want it right now. And even if you give it to them their way, they're still not gonna be loyal. I've been on this planet long enough to do that. That's why I don't play these games no more. Here's where I'm going. This is what I'm doing, and then whatever. But I'm not dealing with nobody like this guy hanging out in front of my window and all that crazy stuff. And then I do what I gotta do, and then he's still out there anyway. So then I gotta go over everybody's head. And you just gotta be ready to fight. You can't be afraid of nobody. Not good. Because I got a person here that'll fall out, even though this is some crazy, it's just more democracy. That's what I'm gonna say. But they're the reason why you got guys coming in the house with guns. When no guys be in this house with guns if it wasn't for this person, the drama queen that I've known my whole life. That's all that person does is cause drama and bring you into shit that don't got nothing to do with you. So now I got guys with guns in my crib trying to talk dirty to me, and I'm not backing down because I'm crazy like that. But that's how people get shot. Not that I'm in nobody's face, but you're not going to come up in my spot talking crazy. I don't care who you are. So it's going to be warfare, but they know. No, don't fuck with him. That's a nut job. No, I'm not a nut job. I'm just not scared of you. So, again, to make it simple, you got to be aware of what I just said from decades of experience. And either you want it or you don't. And what most people do is keep running. But you can't run from yourself. You can't run from the energy that's with you, and you can't run from whatever is in your life. See, when you read the book of Job, he stood up to whoever did it. That's why I love the book of Job. Here's a man that said, okay, you're going to attack me, and I'm righteous. All this wicked stuff on the planet, you ain't touching none of these people, but you touch me, a faithful servant. And Job was like, oh, no. And Job was ready to duke it up. So when you study your Bible, you see David go through the same thing, and it's called being thrown into the deep. And it's kind of like it's testing your character and stuff. He did it to Apostle Paul too. This is why Apostle Paul was taken up into paradise, or a higher presence of God, or a higher heaven, or a higher frequency. Because these dudes proved to God that no matter what happens, my character is faultless, and I'm serving you, which makes me your spirit, and I'm serving you, so that makes me a spirit. It makes me an image of you. And then God says, okay, I'm going to test that image. Same thing he did with the Messiah. So these are things, those little spiritual tidbits. And that's what you got to hear. Now, if you hear any form of you're offended, or you feel a certain way, again, that's that lower vibration that no matter where you run to or where you go, until you get past that vibration, you're going to be dealing with a-holes. And you're helping them by your own actions. So you can't be like, it's like me wanting to hang out one minute. Oh, I'm a thug, like Tekashi 6ix9ine. Oh, you a gangster, you a thug. But then when the real shit come, you rat everybody out. Like I said, tough guy at my job. Oh, you a hard rock. Oh, you don't give a damn. Oh, all right, homie. Let's see if you give a damn when that temperature drop and you ain't got no car, you can't afford no bus, you ain't even got a bike. So let's see how tough you are then, homie. So then the final test was when they said, hey, listen, we got a district manager coming in here today, and those pants you got on, you can't wear them. We're going to have to send you home for the day. And he's like, well, shit, I've been wearing these pants since I've been here. But that's my point. Where's your money going that you can't even get a second pair of pants? Why was that a problem? But that's that tough guy mentality. No car, no money to buy pants. So all this is silly stuff. It's low frequency, low vibrational. And then when he gets tested, he folds. Oh, I quit. Before I start this reading, say I used to work with a guy. I'm not going to say his name, but that's what he always was trying to. He was a super thug. Super thug. But when the going got tough, he went out like a sucker. These dudes always go out like suckers. If you really a super thug, then don't quit no job. How you going to pay your bills? If you got a woman and kids, how you going to pay for the woman and kids? When the moment they put a little pressure on you, you tap out and walk out the door. And you think that's tough. That's not tough. To me, that's a sucker. I'd rather fight these damn devils. I'd be taking these. I take them to the capital of New Jersey. I'd be all up in Trenton, New Jersey, by myself, standing up in court. They think I'm a lawyer with my little suit jacket on, duking them up. Got to drive my little hoopty all the way down there. And I don't even know if the car gonna make it. But I'm so angry. I hate it so much. That the white supremacy and all this crap that's on this planet. I hate it so much. So I just duke it out. So that I'm the worst dude to call out. That's why I say you don't need to be hanging out in front of my window, because like I said, if it was about 20 years earlier, that dude he'd be in a pool of blood. We don't play that. So sorry if you're not hearing what I'm saying, but essentially, to make it nice and easy, you gotta take responsibility for your actions at all times. Don't blame nobody else, no matter what. I don't blame my dad. My dad was a psychopath. I don't blame my dad for shit. Don't blame my mom for shit. I handle my life. When you begin to take it back and do something about it. When you stand up in Alcoholics Anonymous, you can't say, hi, my name is Dave. My father used to beat the crap out of me, and he threw me through a table, and my mother never hugged me because she loved my sisters more than me. But you never saying what's going on with you. You're blaming everybody in the world, but you're supposed to stand up and say, hi, my name is Dave, and I'm an alcoholic. That's the first step. Okay, Dave, and then they may begin to help you. Then you may get some psychological help. You may deal with that. But as long as you blaming somebody else for some shit you going through, then that's the first step. Don't do that. So now we're getting into this, both these readings, and we'll be going right across, and we'll be noting anything in these readings that may be helpful as far as learning from life, becoming stronger, and hopefully putting a nail in the coffin. See, you got to understand, we just entered today a new astrological year. Okay? So you might want to read your horoscopes for March 21st, 2019. Go to I'll tell you, Kelly Fox did a good one today. You might want to read Terry Nassan and Michelle Knight, who's in Britain. So you go Michelle Knight horoscope or Michelle Knight astrology. She should come up, and you should try to. Those are like, well, I really been dealing with Michelle Knight and Terry Nassan for a long time. Now Kelly Fox, I just started dealing with her, so I can't really tell you whether she's good or not. But she did write a good one today. I can say that March 21st, 2019, which I believe is the first day of spring. We just came out of a full moon last night. So this is what you should be focusing on. Not offended. Not, well, I don't like his tone. Don't worry about my tone. I know what I'm doing, nigga. Like, I've been doing this for a long time. Don't worry about my tone, because my life is good. Like I said, I move totally different. Now, I used to be at a lower frequency and dealing with all that dumb shit. I don't do it. I got to do what I got to do. I'm not worrying about none of these people. So I'm not waking up where you don't see me. If you see me, like I said, if you write long letters, then you should start a YouTube channel, because that information you could be using to help people with it. Because otherwise, like I said, it's like repression. You gotta learn how to get all that out. Either heal from it or use it to help other people, and you'll heal yourself. Now, who is this? Now, give me a moment, because I want to see who this is. Because my phone will be ringing like this. That was a text, and I just don't know. Oh, somebody, they keep writing me. And that's somebody I do business with, though, but they don't need to keep texting me, though. And when I mean business, so everybody know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like car auto repair or shit like that. All right. So that's the point. So, and again, what happens, the reason why I do what I do, the way I do it, because even the person who requested it, they might have issues with how I did it. But there's other people listening that won't. Every video I do is to help people. And I get good responses because of it. That's why I said I really don't care about the thousands that ran away. Who cares? Them is cowards. If you follow them, these are the ones with the broken family. They smiling in each other's face, but they lying to each other, cheating on everything. And these are the ones you see when you're going up in these religious things, and they all fake ass phony frauds, because they're not interested in the truth. They want to hear what they want to hear. And a lot of people make a lot of money out here because that's exactly what they do. Oh, I just tell them what they want to hear, and I make a lot. I don't do that. I tell you the truth. I'm hoping to see people grow up and move on, because you have to understand. I'm going to tell you again, and you'll be hearing about it in the reading. There's a reason why your 12th house is about judgment. There's a reason why your 12th house is about karma and reckoning. That's a universal fact. Anybody that's really into real spirituality, you can even go to, because everybody talks about Hindu and Eastern astrology and stuff like that. Even they tell you about judgment and stuff like that. Even they tell you about, that's why Durga came. Durga came to battle somebody who ruled hell. So even they know about an underworld of hell. So it's not a joke. So you want to get to a point in your life where you're seeing life from a more spiritual perspective. Because then that's when you begin to get your cleansing and your purification, and you begin to realize, what am I doing and why am I doing this? Why am I associating with this person and why am I not? But you have that back in the back of your head that whatever I'm doing, I'm going to be held responsible for it. That's why I said the worst mistake you can do is blame somebody else. That's why the first couple of books, the first couple of chapters of the Bible, that's where Adam and Eve went wrong. They both willfully chose to disobey. And then when God said, why did this happen? They all blaming somebody else. Adam blamed Eve. Eve blamed the serpent. Everybody blaming somebody else. But at the end of the day, Eve, you are guilty. And that's why he kicked both of them out. Because a lot of people, they read the Bible and they say, oh, Eve wasn't guilty. Well, then why did he kick her out too? Kick both of them out. So Eve chose to disobey, and then Adam chose to disobey for whatever reason. Eve chose because she thought the serpent was somewhat more enlightened, and she thought the serpent had her best interest at heart. So she chose to disobey. And then Adam chose to disobey because he wanted to be with Eve, his wife. But they both chose to disobey, so they both got kicked out. So there will be a judgment to pay. And that's why it was a flaming sword. If you notice, it's a flaming sword in Genesis chapter 3. And if you notice, it's all a flaming sword in the book of Revelation. So that's the judgment, which is the word of God. And that flame is representing, which is called eternal damnation or hellfire. So whether you believe it or not, it's still true. So like I said, that's the stuff you should be looking into. Instead of worrying about the silly stuff that people are spending all the resources on and worrying about. I would never sit out here and worry about stuff. That people going to come and go. That's life. Any relationship you have at some point, y'all might have good times and bad times. Y'all might have great times and then separation. Y'all might have great times and break up. Y'all might get together and it just didn't work out and y'all go separate. So that's not something you would be basing your whole life on. Relationships are going to come and go. It's good to know this stuff. But, I mean, you don't base your whole life on it. Like, I love what I do, but I wouldn't base my whole life on it. You understand? I base my whole life. This is what I base my life on, is decisions I'm making. That's how when I wake up, I'm basing my life on decisions I'm making. Because every day I'm being tried and or challenged by some foolishness, usually. Like I said, I gave you a couple examples, but multiply that by like 100,000, like throughout the week. Almost to the point you can get up at 3 o'clock in the morning hoping to go shopping. So nobody's in your way, like cutting you off and the crazy shit people do. And there still be people out there cutting you off and the same thing, you know. Or you finally get to the machine and you say, wow, I'm almost out of here. And then the machine breaks down, doesn't work. I've had that happen. So you're in spiritual warfare. You're fighting like spirits and shit. And that's why you got to learn how to fight. So that's the whole purpose of this intro. And again, I'm going to put this on pause for a moment. And when I come back, we will be going into the read. Okay, now one more reference. The Bible talks about Joseph, who was spiritual, called by God, but his own family didn't support him. So he had 12 brothers. Well, it was 12. It was him. He had 11 brothers. 10 of those brothers conspired to kill him, their own brother. and only one of the brothers took up for him and said, don't kill him, let's just get rid of him. So they sold him to some Ishmaelites who sold him into Egypt. So he's in Egypt for probably decades. So much that when his brother saw him again, they didn't even recognize him. So I'm trying to tell you about family. So this family tried to kill him. So, and I've dealt natal charts for people that families have tried to kill them. Even some people have had to get restraining orders against their own family. So this stuff really goes on. None of this stuff I'm talking about is a joke or whatever. And so when he met his brothers again, God had elevated him to the second in command over the whole world. Now, he was never going to have a loving relationship with his brothers. So they would always have to see him a different way. Because you had the opportunity to love your brother and you chose not to. Now you have opportunity when you see your brother, you're looking at the second in command. It's almost looking at your brothers like looking at Pharaoh. So, like I said, I've been doing this for decades. And when you hear me talk, you don't hear no fear in my voice. And when I'm dealing with people, at the same time, whoever they are, they have to realize this is not a joke, and nor is this going to be over just because you say no. In fact, with a psychopath like me, it's just beginning. So when you understand the whole history of who we are and why we're here and what's about to happen, how things are about to reverse, just like it's like the book of like I just told you about Joseph. He was overthrown, thrown into slavery, but then it reversed, and now his enemies go into wherever they're going, and now he's like in command of everything. That's about to happen right now. Like if you knew history and prophecy, you would know that. So we're not going to talk like cowards. We're going to talk like the way our God told us to talk. So we're not worrying about somebody. We ain't going to be no heartbreak. Why would I let somebody break my heart? Like I've been here long enough to know I have had my heart broken and all that. I've been here long enough to know. Like if somebody's breaking your heart, they really aren't on your level, because it's just certain things you don't know. That's a weakness that somebody feels the need to break your heart. A lot of people like that, they have evil spirits on them. Like, you know, like people that are always starting shit, those are evil spirits on that person. People that always try to bully somebody else, those are evil spirits on people. So that's why I said you have to let people know. And what happens is an evil spirit will say, hey, go push that kid. And the human would do it if they think they can get away with it. But if that human knows that that kid fights back, or that kid will stab you or kill you, he's not going to, even if the spirit says go push him, he's not going to do it. Like Adam and Eve, if they knew they would be immediately destroyed. Like let's say somebody else tried to eat from that fruit and God immediately burnt them up in fire. Then when the serpent would have told Eve, Eve would have been like, oh, hell no, I'm not touching that. So it's all evil spirits. So that's why I said the information given is factual, proven by history, proven by facts, proven by biblical stuff. But people have to choose to want it or don't want it. And most people, they don't want it because they can't see or feel it. Because they think it's going to be some type of great revelation. And then by the time it happens, they feel like, well, if I need to repent, I'll repent then. I'll repent like as soon as I see, you know, a reason to repent. Like Jesus coming in the clouds or something. Now I'll repent now. But if that was going to happen, it's too late. And the next stop is hell. Or whatever judgment's coming. And that's why in your 12th house, the final house of the 12th house system, you got the judgment house. The 12th house. And what's right there? The fish. Now, if you know about Christianity, what represents Christianity and Jesus Christ? The fish. So this shit is not a game. This is why you don't sit here worrying about some guy that hurt you or somebody that hurt you. This is why you realize I got to get my shit together. You know what I'm saying? Then ain't nobody going to hurt me if I got my shit together. Bottom line, there's certain people I talk to, certain things I don't allow. I just seen somebody come in the store a few days ago, my last day that I worked. And I know that female since the late 70s, mid 1970s. And I've known her since then. And having a conversation with her, she has not changed one bit. And it was sad. But I know a lot of people like that. They have not changed. I have people who I've known when they were young teenagers or whatever, young girls, young teenagers, and they were friends to say my older sister or something like that. And they still act the same way. They'll look at me with the same silly expressions they did when we was kids. And that's horrible. So you have people like that trying to look at me like, oh, you haven't done nothing with your life. Oh, no, I've done a lot with my life. You know what I'm saying? I just don't have to tell you what I did as if you're going to judge me. You can't judge me. And if you really want to be honest, you're going out of your way to talk to me. Because if I had my way, I would have walked in here and walked out here and would have said shit to you. I don't want to go back to the 1970s. I haven't seen the 1970s over 40-something years. Hell, I want to talk about the 1970s for. That's silly. But that's where they're at. And that's why most of them are still single. Or they might have got a man, but now they broke up. So it's the same silly shit. So it comes to growing up. That's more important. Like I said, it's very important to know what's going on with your natal chart and stuff like that. But what's more important for anybody who hears this video, it's more important for you to get your shit together. And I'm sorry if that offends you. But it's not like I'm lying. And for everybody that understands what I'm saying and have gotten their shit together or they're in a better place because of me, God bless you. Because that's why I do this. And I lose a whole lot of money doing it. But that's because I do believe in people and do believe in God and do believe in the possibilities. So, and I'm not here to argue with dysfunctional people because I got a family that's certified in doing stuff like that. So if I want to argue with some crazy ass people, I argue with my family. I'm not gonna be out here on YouTube arguing with people. So that's how we do it. That's how we get it in. That was the intro. And now we getting ready to go in with this. Again, chart on the left is the female who requested this. Chart on the right is the person she's asking about. Now, the first thing I see a lot of unique stuff with her chart, but the main thing we're gonna talk about right now is all those asteroids. Well, EP is an asteroid. EP is not an asteroid. It's actually, like I said, the East Point, but everything else is an asteroid. And let me make sure with the part of fortune. Give me a second. All right, so I think it may be called also Fortuna, but it's also called part of fortune and good fortune. But I'm pretty sure it is an asteroid. But now I'm going to dig a little bit deeper. Yeah, they just said it now. CafeAstrology.com tells you that Fortuna is part of fortune, so that is an asteroid. Just want to make sure, because I don't want to say something and get an email. Oh, it's not an asteroid, maybe part of fortune. So I was correct. Man, when you really, the best master teachers, they stay students. And the best master teachers are always taking in information. And the best master teachers can be humble enough to take in information. Or even admit if they're wrong. Because ain't none of us perfect. So East Point is where the sun went over the ecliptic when this person was born. The AC is the ascendant, where the sun went over the horizon when this person was born. Now, from that 1 degree part of fortune to 20 degrees AC, that is the first house. Now, Palace is in what now has become the 12th house because of this placement. Now, Taurus, there's a lot to know about Taurus. Taurus rules the second house, about money, possessions, and value systems. But they can be highly sensual, and to be honest with you, they can be highly attractive. So, again, what happens is, if that's your foundation, because like I said, you go to church with a lot of people like this. That's why you see a lot of people dress real nice, but they still worry about their valuables and possessions and stuff like that. But they're in church, and they may say we love Jesus or whatever, but they're not really spiritual. See, what I just got finished saying, whether you didn't like the way I said it, don't like my tone, everything I just said was spiritual. And if you really studied your Bible, the Messiah did the same thing. He would be talking in such a way, but everything he was saying was spiritual. Like even when he went into the temple and was beating people up, because they was in there doing the same thing these people do in churches, using Jesus' name to make a lot of money. So in the Bible, they were using God's name to make a lot of money. Oh, buy this sheep for your sacrifice. Oh, buy this. Oh, the holy writings are written on. They just turned it into marketing, just like everybody doing now. So when Messiah saw that, he went there and started whipping people's asses. So you might say, wow, that's the Messiah? Wasn't he the same guy that was just standing on that mountain talking about peace and turning the other cheek? What's he doing in here with a whip whipping people? So that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. It's easy to try to get out of it. These are the people that run away. See, they find one thing in the Bible and try to use it, but they don't read the whole Bible. Because if it was all about forgiving everybody and turning the other cheek, there would be no need for the book of Revelation. Now, the book of Revelation is all about Jesus coming in judgment. And from the time he shows up in Revelation chapter 1, he's threatening the churches. He's threatening people. I'm going to come get you with the sword that's coming out of my mouth. Blah, 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 blah. So if that's true, then that should wake people up that, oh, yeah, what I'm doing does matter. And maybe I better stop thinking that because I'm sleeping with 3 or 4 different women, but God knows my heart, and God knows, and Jesus died for me at the cross, so therefore I can sin because Jesus paid the price. No, that's all fake ass theology. Wherever you got that from, we say that's theology from the pits of hell, which is where that person would be going. So here we try to get reality checks, and we try to give people the options to get their shit together. Because that's what it's going to take. And that's why I say, if I see a female that I knew from the 1970s and she's talking exactly like she did back then, really, I'll be sociable. But what I'm really saying in the back of my head is, please, Lord, get me out of this. Like, get me away from this person. Because I'm not going to be rude, but I'm darn sure not trying to hear nothing she got to say. Because you're talking like you did 40 years ago, and that's weird to me. That's strange that you haven't grown up at all. Same silly stuff they said back then, same questions, just stupid stuff. And that day, another female had came in that I went to school with, same age as me. Now, she and I had more of a relatively better conversation. Like when she was talking about church, she actually act like a person that had some spirituality. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't no just trying to put me down and all that crazy stuff. We actually had conversations, and then another guy came over because he was helping her too, and we all had conversations. It wasn't no, negativity, trying to put somebody down or just stupid stuff people do. But then later on that night, that's when the other female came in, and I felt like I was back in 1979 or 78 or something. Like, what are you talking about? So that's why you could tell the difference between somebody got a spirit of God on them and somebody got a spirit of democracy, demons, because they're going to keep on with that drama. So, your chart definitely going to be with the numerology, because I'm just looking at it, I could already tell. Now, main thing you want to be aware of is your Gemini, which is your second house. Because right now, remember, you're at your first house, AC. So where you see your sun, now you're at the second house, Gemini. Follow that, like you got a pyramid. Follow it all the way up. It goes right into Sagittarius. But again, it's still 21 degrees on Neptune, which is still going to be karmic. Because 21 degrees is the world card. And that's dealing with karma. And we'll be dealing with some other stuff too. And then your pyramid tip goes right into Virgo. But then you see 20 degrees again. So like I said, you're dealing with a lot of judgment. And I'm assuming a lot of your stuff is from past life. But even how you living now is going to have a part of that too. But you're seeing all those 20s, that's judgment. That's why I'm trying to tell you. I know what I'm doing. I'm very skilled at what I'm doing. Thanks to God. I'm very gifted at what I do. So a lot of people be talking about my tone and all that. Obviously, it's something on the natal chart or something that's why I have the tone. And what y'all don't understand is I'd rather have somebody, see, I'm from the East Coast, and we go way back. We go back to the real gangsters, like 1970s and all that shit. Not so much the stuff you see now. Like, when I came up, a real gangster, he ain't need no gang. He might be in a gang, like Rock. Rock raised me up. I was a young dude walking out in the streets. I didn't want to be home because my house was dysfunctional. And Rock was like the biggest gangster I seen out there when I went in them streets. And Rock put me under his wing. Where you going, little man? Why you out here? Because I be out there. I be a young-ass kid. That's why I said I'm a real live dude. I was always out there. Way before any of this other stuff y'all see. You know what I'm saying? I could easily say OG if I wanted to. But I don't say that out of respect to the OGs that raised me. But I could easily say OG with no problem. Because and the cats that been around here, they know that. They know I ain't lying. So for me, that's more important. Your word is your bond. I'm old school. And I'm going to die that way. But it's fortified. Fortitude. And I was raised by a dude named Rock. And he wasn't scared of nobody. Big dude. Big black dude. And all this stuff is metaphysical. As far as people you meet and their name and all that. Because your Bible tells you to stand on a rock and all that. All that stuff is metaphysical. Now, so with this, we take one house at a time. But you already can tell your story. So now 5 degrees EP. And see, yours is 5 degrees 29 minutes. Now, if that was 29 degrees, that would be an anaretic degree. But it's still numerology. It's still 29. You understand what I'm saying? It just doesn't have the impact of your 29 degree, which is down there with Vesta. But we're going to get to all that. Now, I'm going to try to explain this again to people that are listening. This is why I said I have to teach the way I have to teach. Somebody said, oh, well, I don't like his tone. Oh, I'm not going to listen to the video because I turned it on. It sounded like he was just wilding out. Yeah, well, you gotta stop being a coward. That's the bottom line. You gotta listen to it, because that's how you get through it. Just look at it like your big brother trying to tell you something. It ain't that serious. Now, the more you listen to it, and the more you see it, then that's how I keep telling. I always tell people take notes and stuff like that. That's how you get it. Because what I keep trying to tell, no matter whatever a person's reason is for getting their natal chart done, or twin flame natal chart, or compatibility, ultimately you need to know what's going on with you. Because ain't nobody gonna be able to like, people are misled. They think twin flames is you gonna be happily ever after and all that. Y'all gonna have problems like everybody else. And because y'all are the same soul, it's gonna be like, it's intense. Because it's the same frequencies, the same everything. Just about. Or your twin, if you hate something, your twin probably do it. That's why my twin, she is the epitome of everything I hated at that time. A chick thinking the system of expectation, or they thinking you supposed to do something to impress them and all that bullshit. Because I done did that so many times, that shit don't work. That's why if you notice, just keeping it 100, dudes, like you can call them thugs or whatever you want to call them, but dudes that kind of honestly don't give a fuck about all that shit, they always gonna have some type of females around them, because females are attracted to that. But the dude that think, oh, I'm gonna be a good man and I'm gonna do it, no, you gonna get fucked over. Either she ain't gonna want you, or she gonna get with you, then just fuck you over, take your shit, and you probably, your reputation fucked over, and you probably in jail somewhere on some lies she might have said, or she finally pushed your ass off, because women are smart as hell. She pushed your ass, you finally did some crazy shit, and then they locked your ass up, and now she got all your shit, like on a Biggie album or something. I done seen it all. So you gotta know this stuff, listen up, taking notes, and at the end of the day, just like I do with my own chart, I'm still studying my own chart. But how is this gonna apply to me, and how is this gonna improve me? So that's why I said I don't see it that way. Now recently on one of my channels, for the full moon that we just had, I did a 6-card tarot on my soulmate that I used to work with. Not my twin flame. That was a different person, different job. This job I'm at now, my soulmate worked, and not no more. She left. She went and got a better job. But I had a 6-card tarot, which she always used to communicate. Her higher self always communicated through that tarot, the 6-card tarot. So she basically was telling me, no, we ain't gonna be getting back together, and or we ain't gonna be seeing each other, or we're not gonna unite or whatever. And you on your own, take care of yourself. She was saying shit like that. I still think about you, but no, I ain't trying to get with you. And blah 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 blah. But what I got from that reading, I said I was right. You wasn't about shit like the rest of these months. You're not about shit. Cause like when she first came around, all supernaturally through dreams and everything, they was trying to make it seem like, oh, she's the one, she's serious and all this stuff. But I kind of knew. I've been on this planet long enough, and I seen all, like, back in the 70s and 80s and 90s, we just didn't call it twin flames and all that. But this same shit was still going on. It's just that now we call it twin flames and soulmates and all that. But we didn't call them fancy names. It's always been the same thing. And I'm going to tell y'all again, from a dude that been on this planet, when you meant to be with somebody, can't nobody stop that. Like when you be seeing them females like Whitney Houston and other females singing them songs, you gonna love me. Women get like that. When a woman really decides that she want to be with you, ain't nobody stopping that woman from coming to you. So that's why when I be seeing all these games and stuff, coulda, shoulda, woulda, and all that, I know it's somewhat of a game. You gotta realize that. And people get mad when you say that. I'm not saying a union is or is not possible, but I'm trying to say when something is meant to be, can't nobody stop that, my nigga. Like I said, sometimes I get in a car early in the morning to go shopping because I don't like being around a lot of people. It's always some bullshit. But if it's meant for you to meet somebody that night, you will. Like a few months ago, I went to the aisle, met this beautiful African female. She's a Haitian African, beautiful. She could take out just any female you put in front of her. And we had like, it was, what do you call it? It was still, whatever you call it. But it was a good relationship because what I needed to get healing, it wasn't around. So she actually stopped what she doing and she went through that store and found it and brought it to me and shit. Which I really appreciate because she didn't have to do that. She could have just went look. Because when I first came up to it, she was like, I'm busy. Like I don't really, she ain't really want to help me really. But then she finally did. And then she really found it for me. So I went back recently, and she was there, and it was right under the full moon, and it was full moon in Leo, and I'm a Leo, and that female was right there again. And it was funny because where I went into the vitamin section and shit, and this white female helped me find what I was looking for. And keep in mind, it's like 3 o'clock, 3:30 in the morning, y'all. It's almost 4 o'clock. And so then I needed some aspirin, and so the white girl took me to that section, and then that's where she was, and that's where I met her at the same aisle I met that African or Kenyan, not African or Haitian, whatever she is, she was still in there and shit. So I asked her, but she was dressed totally different, and I wasn't sure if it was her and shit. But now I know for a fact that was her. So what I'm trying to tell y'all is, you see shit like, I'd rather have moments like that, because they more important to me than going on some date with some bitch that's gonna be driving me crazy for no reason. I'm trying to take you out, you yelling at me, I'm buying food, you disrespecting me and shit. Like one date I had where I'm walking around, and the female said, "Oh, those are some nice flowers." And then she just started yelling at me. This is what she did. She said, "Those are some nice flowers. But you better not try to bend down and pick one up for me." Like, what the fuck? Crazy ass. And then another one, the same female, this is what she used to say to me. And I just met her. So it's not like I knew her for a month. I had just met her. And this is what she said to me. Like, I asked her, "What do you want to do next week?" Because the date was almost over. And she said to me, wait, I gotta remember what she said. Hold up, because I'm laughing. She said to me, I asked her, what does she want to do next week, right? She said, "Don't think about taking me out nowhere in New Jersey. You can't impress me by taking me nowhere in Jersey. If you want to impress me, take me to New York." So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, these crazy ass broads. Like, listen, first off, I just met you. You know what I'm saying? You should be saying, "Thank God I met a guy who actually cares if we go out." But no, you start arguing shit. So that's why I said I done seen it all. That's why I said I don't put no faith in no other human. That's why I'm trying to tell y'all, you got to learn how to step up. And the more you learn how to step up, you're going to find God in you. But then you're going to find it the correct way. Because when you go in somebody else's building, guess what's going to happen? First thing you're going to know how to do is to pay that pastor. Okay? And then they're going to have pastor anniversaries. You're going to pay him for his anniversary. Then you're going to pay him his wife for an anniversary. Then you're going to pay for some other shit. So you always going to be paying. So the money that you could be using to build up you and your family, you're going to be building that motherfucker up. And it's a business to him. That dude don't give a jack about you. But he's a master manipulator. Now, you might be able to find some nice places that ain't like that, but a whole lot of them are. All you got to do. Okay, let me just give you a challenge, because I like to deal with proof. Turn on your TV now. Hope you got like a big Fios or something. Turn on your TV now, and you show me one religious program that where they ain't all exploiting you for your money. So that would be a done deal right then. Like, if you remember back in the days in the movies, the aliens would come down. And when the aliens would come down, they would turn on the TV just to find out where we were at. So they would sit there and study the shows we watched or whatever and find out where our mentality was at. So when you turn on the TV, like I said, your Fios or whatever, all you see is religious people telling you, or whatever, but they always going for that green and white. Now, if you were listening, Messiah said don't do that. That's why Messiah was going upside everybody's head. So these people are not down with Messiah. But if you need that in your early stages of a journey, you need some type of church or something, that's great. But what I'm trying to teach you is what you really need to do is stand up. Get love for yourself. Tap into that spirit like I did. And move on with your life. So that's why I told you, I'm not with the BS. So that chick could run up on me trying to pull me back into the 1970s. It ain't happening. To keep it 100, you was very sexually loose back in the 70s, all up. Then I saw you getting, I always was seeing her. Saw her in a bar one night in the early 2000s, and she's talking about black men this and black men that. I don't want to hear that because I know that's a bunch of garbage. That's more white supremacy, using females like you to attack black males. And then she's talking about marriage and all that. And I'm saying to myself, the whole time she's talking, that's when I don't drink no more. But I'm trying to say to myself, don't no man up in here want to marry you. Everybody know your lifestyle. You slept with everybody. Don't nobody want to marry you. You gonna have to move out of town if you want somebody to marry you. And so she just kept on mouthing off just like she tried to do when I saw her 2 days ago. Still ain't changed. She was that way in the 1970s. Still mouthing off. And I finally looked at her. I said, listen, I'm here to drink, not think. Okay, because see, what I'm trying to tell y'all is I don't do that no more. I don't have to think about shit. I love God. I love myself. I move forward. If somebody comes around with this bullshit, I know it's time for warfare. And I do try to resolve every issue without the bullshit. But when you're dealing with that democracy or that lower frequency that I talk a lot about on my other channel, you're going to have to go to warfare. And you can't be afraid. This is why when God really call you, get ready for some battles. That's how you know you really walking with the God of the Bible. You're going to see some type of spiritual warfare. So instead of like fleeing like a victim, or sometimes you got to flee, but instead of fleeing like a victim or letting somebody get all inside your head and your emotions, you know how to deal with it. Like I said, if a female ain't talking a certain order, I ain't with it. And I feel great. I feel greater now than I ever did in my life. Because the freedom was I don't need none of this shit to make me who I am. What I need is God and put faith in Him, and I move forward. And that's not spoken like somebody to go to church, because I don't go to nobody's church. That's somebody who's really walking in spirit. I don't walk in no religious and none of that silly shit. I walk in spirit and move forward, and I ain't worrying about none of these fools is talking about. Because as fast as they telling you, oh, why ain't you? Well, I was, but we divorced. All right then. So why you recommending something to me that you can't even do? Like, let's stop the silly stuff. So your ascendant at 20 degrees, again, that's the judgment card. That's going to be Pluto energy, and Pluto rules Scorpio. So that's 8th house. Now you're going to have a free report. You should really get familiar with your 8th house, because there's so much stuff in your 8th house ruled by Scorpio and Pluto. But there's so much stuff in there that there's no way I could cover it. I could read it all, but all of that's not going to apply to you. So you have a free report. All you have to do is read your 8th house ruled by Scorpio and Pluto. And then you will know what applies to you and what doesn't. So right away, the statement they're making with your chart is Taurus, which represents your energy, your money, your finances and possession, opposing what now has become the 7th house, which should be about relationships, but it got Scorpio there. So it's almost like you having a opposition or a battle of material stuff, finances and possessions. Because see, your first house should be Aries, but it should be about I am. So your first house should be about your personality, but they're already equating your personality with Taurus, which can be materialistic and or even sexual. And then your 7th house should be about relationships, like we are. But you got Scorpio there, which is also about power struggles and other people's money and fighting and stalking and a whole lot of stuff. And Scorpio is very supernatural, psychic, good with healing and stuff like that. And your Uranus retrograde, that's right next to Scorpio in your 7th house. That could be about things coming out of nowhere, or a quiet person all of a sudden talking a lot, or a talkative person all of a sudden becoming very quiet. Uranus changes everything. It's the shocker. But again, you see the 20, so it's still dealing with judgment, but it's 22, and that's kind of like a master number. But to get to 22, you have to really increase your frequency, like I've been saying. Otherwise, even though it's saying 22, you'll stay at a 4. And a 4 is still a hard worker, but they're more materialistic. Whereas a 22 is more spiritual. See, a 22 ain't trying to stay low. A 22 is not going to be trying to stay low level. They're trying to rise up higher. They're not trying to be all down, bogged down, and all that crazy stuff, because they've learned how to tap into a higher frequency. So that's 22. So if you don't reach 22, then it'll stay at that really becomes a 4, because you'll still be worrying about making a lot of money. You'll still be worrying about earthly stuff, and all that. But that is your relationship house, your 7th house. So unfortunately, it looks like your relationship is going to be plagued with a whole lot of power struggles and a whole lot of stuff. Now somebody might say, well, listen, if it's on my chart, it's not really my fault. Well, you never stop holding yourself accountable. Because I can show you somebody's chart where somebody is a pedophile. So that means you're just going to be a pedophile anyway? Because it's on your chart? No, because if you go to jail, if you go to court, you're still going to jail. That cannot be your defense. Your Honor, right here, we have his natal chart, birth natal chart, prepared by an expert. And right here, you can see on his chart, boom, boom, boom. And therefore, you can't really blame him or say he's guilty, sir, if this is on his chart. And we recommend that the court shows leniency in this case and helps him get the help he or she needs. Now, even if the judge was, which you probably don't believe in astrology, but even if the judge did, his comeback is going to be, well, sir, maybe if he had used that chart before he committed these heinous crimes, we could have sent him to a psychologist or helped this person get the help they needed. But now that he has victims, many victims, the only thing we can do is send him to jail. And hopefully in jail, on the long list of psychologists, maybe he could find himself on one of those lists. Guilty. And you're going to hear him hitting that gravel or whatever. Boom, 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 guilty. So it's no excuse, is my point. You don't just go, well, it's on my natal chart, so that's the way it is. No, you realize it's on your natal chart, so now you know how to deal with stuff. That's why I said, here's the deal. Now, I'm just using this as an example. Because like I said, I'm going to teach on these natals. And I know what I'm doing because I'm being led by spirit. But the bottom line is some people are humble and can receive it. And some people can't. And I already know that. I remember I dealt with a Scorpio. That chick, every time. I deal with a lot of people. So I dealt with her one time and she was just wanting to argue. Like I would deal with people. This is before I cleared all them crazy people out of here. I would deal with people. Now, keep in mind, you paying for this natal chart. And I might put whatever 2 hours into it, 3 hours, 4 hours, or longer. Whatever it took to get through the natal chart. And before they, like, as soon as they get it, they're back, like, in 20 minutes. Ready to argue. And I'm saying to myself, they didn't even listen to it. So this person, you're contacting me and spending your money just to argue. And my time is sacred. Every second, that's why you saw immediately when I got that effed up phone call, immediately I handled it. Plus this fool been doing that for since last year. So all this, that's why I said I don't let stuff grow out of proportion and all that, because the same people that don't want to do nothing now, that would have been the excuse they're going to use. Well, if you had contacted us earlier, no, that's why I contacted you right away, and y'all motherfuckers ain't doing nothing now, and y'all ain't going to want to do nothing then. I already know who I'm dealing with. But what I'm doing is protecting myself. Everything is documented. So when I go over your head, people are going to be wondering why. Why didn't you just handle it when he called? So I've been doing this very long, and I know how this goes. So you don't justify it. If you know, like I said, if you know you had these things on your chart, this is how you know how to start to readjust your life so that you don't fall into these turmoils. So like what I was saying about that Scorpio, so had a situation with them, but then months went by, so I forgot. And I vaguely remembered, I was like, this person is starting to seem like that other person. But I still didn't know it was the same person. And they did the same thing. Almost from the moment they got the chart, they kept on thinking we're going to duke it out. And they talking crazy. Bad, bad this, bad, bad that, bad, bad that, bad, 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 bad. So I finally had to give that person a reality check. Because I'm the most coolest person there is. And I try to, respect everybody, appreciate whatever. But you're not going to keep on talking crazy to me. That's just not going to happen. You out of your mind. So I finally had to give that person a reality check. And then boom, boom, boom. So that person has some type of strange stuff going on. And Scorpio can be very aggressive. But again, the whole point of you getting your natal chart is to find these areas out so you know what to do about it. Not, well, let me get my natal chart done so I can argue with that guy. You won't be arguing with me. I don't have to argue. Why would I argue with you? It doesn't make no kind of sense. That would just be silly. Either you want help or you don't. I'm sorry if you're in a place. Like, I know a lot of people like that. Love to argue. I got relatives like that. Love to argue. Like I said, a female I just seen the other day. Love to be saying stupid stuff. Why do I want to fuck my day up with your stupid ass? You were single back then. You single now. You been. I don't think you ever been married. I got another neighbor right behind me. He ain't never been married, but they want to duke it out with me. I don't even know them people like that. So these people got evil spirits on them, and they try to pull you into some shit that don't got nothing to do with you. But if you allow yourself to get pulled, then you stupid. That's why I say keep everything documented, and when that shit start, hit them up like Tupac, or hit them up. Don't feel sorry, because they was trying their best to wipe you out. Now they gonna get exactly what comes, because the truth hurt. See, I'm a lion. My ruler is the sun. The truth is my stronghold. The truth hurt. So with your Taurus in the first house, you may be concerned about those things. Which nobody's saying there's anything wrong with being concerned about material things and stuff like that. But you just have to be careful, and you have to remember the opposition in the 7th house right across. Because it seems like already that might be a problem as well. And with Uranus retrograde in Scorpio, it might even be dealing with technology or alternative healing and stuff like that. So your good fortune or part of fortune, that circle with the X in it, is 1 degree, and that is Mercury energy, the magician. Now the magician can make things happen, but the magician can also, that's a magician card, the tarot card. But the magician might also be telling you like a lie, because that's Mercury energy, the communicator. So you have to be careful with that. And we're going to look up part of fortune. So give me a moment. So they say this person will be highly competitive, but they warn this person, you could be competitive, but you have to be honest. And if you're not, you're probably going to be karmic. And they said you have to be careful of engaging in dependent relationships. And it really, because Scorpio is all about codependency. So they're basically saying the same thing that I already said. But we're gonna look at another part of fortune. Come on, man. Because usually I have it in writing. Just give me a moment. Because I have a long list of part of fortune. But it might be, but I might have put it under good fortune. So just give me a moment. I'm just opening these things up. Okay, let me see. All right, here it is. So you were born just after a new moon. So that's the new moon personality. So, and that's kind of, see, the reason why that's dangerous though in a relationship, because they may always want it new. So it could be dangerous in a relationship if you always want it new, because how is it going to be a long-term relationship if you always want something new? They say this person may have great success, but they keep saying this person wants to stand out on his own way. This person has charm and human magnetism. Listen, they don't even know your sign is Taurus, because that's Taurus. Taurus has charm and human magnetism, but they don't know your sign is Taurus. So because you're part of fortune, or your good fortune is in that first house, again, you have like extra magnetism. But again, what happens sometimes is vanity creeps in, and that's what I be trying to teach you. No matter how fine you are, how good your body look, how good you look, don't let that go to your head. Because that's why I said people love to play the victim card, but I'm a little bit different. I like to hear the whole story. Well, what happened? What led up to it? Not saying they're not a victim, because they could still be the victim, but what led up to it? Because like I said, I keep it 100. So let's say some female say I'm sexy. I was just talking about this in one of my recent videos. Oh, I'm sexy. I know I look good. I'm saying I'm gonna go out. I'm so sexy. Oh, everybody, I just know I look good. I got a nice body. But then you get raped, right? You get raped. Got to talk about it because this happens all the time. That's why we got to talk about it. So yeah, you are the victim because whatever, that don't give no man no right to rape you. But what happened? Because what happens is this. Let's say we don't address the fact that, well, you was kind of advertising it. We're not going to address that because everybody's going to get mad at me, right? So I'm scared. I'm not going to address that. You're going to get raped again at some point in time if you keep on addressing it. So you got to look at what happened. So yeah, he's grown. He should be in jail. Whatever happened to, whatever they do to people like him, it should happen to him. But you also have to look at everything that led up to it. Otherwise, what you're doing is playing games. And what happens is you're looking for, you're like the rest of these people on YouTube. You're not looking for the truth. You're looking for somebody to make you feel a certain way or say a certain thing. And those are the people you'll pay your money out and all that other crap. When that silly stuff. But you're not dealing with reality, which means at some point you're still going to suffer separation. You're still going to suffer breakups. You're still going to suffer infidelity, cheating on the person you claim you love, and all the stupid stuff they're doing out here on this planet because you're not dealing with reality. See, when you deal with reality, you begin to hold yourself accountable, and you begin to say, you know what, maybe I don't need to, have it that tight. Maybe I don't need to have everything out. Maybe I don't need it that short. I can still look good, but I don't have to really be so provocative that, boom. And again, I'm not justifying the guy should be in jail. Boom, boom. He should have had self-control. But if you're real, even as a female, let's keep it. If we're gonna be female, let's keep it 100. I'm sure as a female in your lifetime, you've seen some man or something that turned you on so more that you started getting wet. So what do you think is you're doing to these dudes when they see you? So you got to remember all that if you really want to deal with the real. So you got that, and then you got a 5 degrees EP. EP, the east point, is like the ego of the sun, the EGO. So there's a lot of ego there, but you also got that 29, which is like a anaretic degree, but only it's not a degree, it's a minute. But it's still trying to show you that could be rocky. But why is it rocky? For what I just said. And even your Chiron, which I've never seen this before, your Chiron is about healing, but your Chiron is at 16 degrees. And that's still about the tower going down. That's the tower card. That's Mars energy. And Mars rules Aries, and Aries rules his first house. So it's almost like saying you got to go down before you could possibly heal. But if you understand what I'm saying, this is why I'm not supposed to water it down. I'm not supposed to talk to you like you're a little baby. I'm supposed to tell you how it really is, because that's part of your healing. And that's why sometimes people don't accept stuff right away, but then they start to think about it, and then they begin to accept it. Or something else will happen in their life that'll make them say, you know what, this dude, he told the truth. He was just looking out for me. And then your ascendant, again, how the world is going to see you, your rising sign, or your personality basically, is at 20 degrees. So once again, it's saying judgment. So there has to be some type of judgment, some type of going down to help you. Because now let me try to explain something to y'all. Now, the judgment card is Gabriel, Archangel Gabriel blowing the trumpet. But now the number 16 card, that's the card number 20. The tarot card number 16 is the tower card. So the tower or towers going down, or tower going down. But now you have a man named Trump who also rules. He owns the towers, the Trump Towers. Now, whether that just is a coincidence, which I don't think it is, because they made a movie a long time ago about a guy named Trump saying build the wall. So this is secret societies and Freemasonry, but it's they all doing magic and shit like that. Universal sciences and all the shit that the Egyptians knew how to manipulate reality and all that. So you have that on your natal chart whether you like it or not. But the more you understand it, the better off you'll be. So your first house is basically saying, okay, the universe is going to bless you with looking good or whatever it takes. Magnet, you got it all. But you better be careful with it. And also, you're probably still going to have to go through some type of tower going down scenario to come back up. And also, if you look around, it is karmic. Because the more you look, the more you see like number 21 could be karmic, and even 20 might be karmic. It just depends. And remember, your first house is ruled by Aries, and when you look at Aries in your 12th house, which is also about karma, there it is, 21 degrees, palace. So there's some type of Aries aggression that you have to deal with or come to grips with, because that's what the 12th house is, reckoning. Who's ever got the Aries aggression. Now, your second house is Gemini. But whoever made your chart, they're making sure there's a connection between Gemini, Sagittarius, and Virgo. And again, people might say, well, wow, you know, I got all these auras, or wow, the way he's talking, or wow, you know, and they keep on, stop making excuses. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody got something to deal with. What the universe wants to see you do is to begin to look at it with the intention of beginning to deal with it. Not to, you know, run away or use it as an excuse to be hopeless and all that. All right, now we're going to look at Venus retrograde, but your sun sign is Gemini. And because of the number 23, which can be chaos, chaotic, the number 8 is going to be dealing with your 8th house or karma. 24 is called the reckoning, or the return, or the turning point. So what does 24 mean? Well, it means like that's Venus retrograde, which we are going to look up. But it's like you may have to deal with a past love. Kind of like on a, like I told you all about the book of Joseph. So they beat their brother up, was going to kill him. Then they decided, the only reason why they didn't kill him was because of one brother that begged his other brothers, don't kill him, sell him into slavery. So they was going to kill their own brother. But anyway, as decades went by, the reckoning came, the return, the turning point. Because now they had to look him in his face, and they didn't even know who he was. But he damn sure knew who they were. Y'all the same motherfuckers that sold me into slavery. Look at me now. I'm second in command. I could have every single one of y'all killed. That's the day of reckoning. So that's what that 24 is about. Like you see how your Venus is retrograde. So that's like a past love. But there's a reckoning that's on your chart. And remember, Gemini is also the twins. But Gemini rules the third house of communication, short journeys, creativity. Gemini is very creative. The third house is very creative. Your siblings, the environment around you, which couldn't include family. They also call it the brotherhood. So all this is going on in your second house, and it doesn't stop because Vesta is there with 29 degrees. And Vesta can be highly sexual and or highly spiritual. And sometimes it's both of them. Highly sexual, but it's like spiritual sex. Like how Marvin Gaye made sexual healing. Like now they're using sex because sex is magic. So now sexual healing is when you like, oh, I got this, oh, something wrong with me, but then you have sex with somebody, now you feel great. And you thought you had heart trouble, all of a sudden it's gone, or you had a migraine, but it's gone after the sex, or you had something. So that's sexual healing. But then you got all sexual magic, you got sexual healing. And so that's your first anaretic degree at 29 degrees is Vesta, which we are going to look at. And 26, even though it's a minute, 29 degrees, 26 minutes. It's not a degree, but 26 is like the voice of God. But we just said that Vesta is very spiritual. So in your second house, you got all this energy going on, but you also have like a spiritual voice that's coming through that second house. And remember, Gemini is about communications. So when we come back, we'll be looking at Vesta retrograde. We'll be looking at Venus retrograde. And then we'll probably look at your second house a little bit more. Now, before we continue, like I said, a lot of people listen to these readings. And some people say, oh, I don't like his tone or something like that. And I've had some people say, oh, I was scared to get my reading, but now I'm glad I did and stuff. So the first thing you have to do is don't worry about the tone. Worry about the information. That's what you want to hear, the information. If you're listening to the information and not the tone, you won't be feeling a certain way because the information is building you up. It's like you got a relative to kind of sit you down and give you a talk. Like I said, if I had more energy, that guy that I work with, because I had a talk with him one time, because he just thought he was a tough guy. But sometimes I just get sick of dealing with people like that, and sometimes you just let them go ahead. Let them learn how life really is very tough, and you better be glad you got a job. And if your job told you you got to get some different pants or something, instead of acting like you a tough guy, if you ain't got no dough, talk to somebody to work there. Like, what's up, man? I don't mean to bother you, but I like working here. I want to make sure I work here. Cause you think you can hook me up maybe to the payday or some shit? And you be like, yeah, no problem. You know what I'm saying? Because all of us been unemployed. All of us had to go get some pants or something. But if you talking like you the man and you got it and all that, you don't give a damn, then go ahead and freeze them, bro. Go ahead and freeze. All right. So like I said, I'm going to hit this on pause and we'll be back. We're going back into the second house. All right, give me one moment. I'll be right with y'all. All right, so even if you think about it, say you get locked up, right, and go to jail, and then you get parole. Parole is still going to tell you can't hang around the areas you used to hang around, and you can't like do the. So it's things that people don't really understand. Like they say, anytime you're gonna make a change or a significant change, something's gonna change in your life, friends, or how you react, or whatever it might be. And that's why I try to say, in this country we be on some silly stuff, cause they want to put bubble gum in the boat hole. Bubble gum in the boat hole. Now you're on the boat, you see the boat sinking, but instead of you dealing with that reality that if we stay on this boat, we're gonna die, we're gonna sink, and we're gonna drown, they want to put bubble gum in the boat hole. And then all it's going to start blowing bubbles in with the water, but you're still going to sink. And that's what we do. And then always trying to play the victim card. It don't work. And you can get mad all you want. But what I want to try to tell you again, for anybody listening, that even if you went through the prison system, you got paroled, you was in prison and got paroled out, you're going to be told you can't go here, you can't do that. And they're going to have somebody checking up on you to make sure you don't do those things. So people can keep on finding a way to make excuses. But when you talk about a change in your life, any change usually got to start within you. And if you don't make those changes within you, like I said, because the way I move now, it will be hard for these individuals. Because that's the first thing they're going to do. All this shit is political. Whenever somebody's calling you out, whether it's a neighbor throwing their garbage in all over your yard, or some guy hanging out in front of your house, whatever's here, see, once you complain, instead of them doing what they're supposed to, they're going to try to pull you in. So the first thing they want to know really is, who is this dude? Does he got a record? Do we have anything on him? And then once they start to realize they ain't got nothing on you because you don't got your shit together, you understand? And then they hear that you got heavyweights coming. Like they received a letter from the senator or some shit like that. Then the motherfuckers know they better stand down. Or like I said, in some cases they might actually try to increase it. But no matter what they do, you can't be no coward. Now I'm not saying they gotta go to that extreme, but I'm just trying to tell y'all, for people that really want change. Because what happens is, like I said, the natal chart is gonna show you what's up. It's not supposed to be watered down, but people think, oh, it got to be watered down, or you could have did my chart, but you ain't have to say that. They're going to keep on trying to escape the fact that no, we got to get past the victim and thinking it's external, and you got to go internal. Because the more you go internal, then the less external you're going to have to deal with. But a lot of times we dealing with external because we haven't learned how to distance ourselves from certain things. And that's why I say you can't be a female and say, okay, well, I like the bar life, but I don't like when everybody start drinking, and then next thing you know, I'm getting gangbang. Okay, but again, why would you be up in there if you know that's part of the environment? You're trying to pick and choose. It comes with the environment. You were hanging out, everybody drinking, and you know the next step is going to be everybody going to start getting horny. So why would you put yourself in that environment? So that's the point being made. So you either want or you don't. And that's the whole point of the natal chart. It's going to show you exactly where, that when you're talking about Scorpio and all that stuff, even Venus can be dealing with. So you're going to know where. And then it's up to you. Even like Taurus is a highly sensual zodiac sign. Very physical. So when you know all that, you're getting the information you need, not just so you know it or whatever, but so you can make changes if there's a need to make the change. So it should be taught in such a way that people understand that. Because otherwise, like I said, we're just playing games. We're going to keep on blaming somebody else, and we're going to keep on making the same mistakes or some similar mistakes no matter where we go. I met a person many years ago, same thing. Now, to be honest with you, I appreciate her a lot more now than I did back then. But I was trying to get away from that whole mentality. I used to be into all that shit. So I was trying to get away from it. So that's kind of why I didn't really fully appreciate her. But that's how it was. So she, you know, she was deep into where she was at. She was deep into the hood. And that was cool. But I was trying to get away from that whole lifestyle. I've been out there. I just wanted to get away from it. And so, you know, it was typical female, like you going on a date with her, and when you get to her apartment or whatever, before y'all walk in, she's telling you, oh, it's a dude inside the apartment, so watch what you say and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm already, like, I've had this happen many times with broads. You getting set up in some shit you don't want. I thought me and you was on a date, so why is this nigga in a apartment? You know what I'm saying? But then you gotta keep clicking and going back to where you trying to get away from. So it was for reasons like that I just couldn't fuck with her. But other than that, we had like a good relationship and shit. And so that kept happening. And that's why I said, like, now I don't have nothing to prove, because my record's pretty much impeccable. You know, anybody lose a fist fight, you know what I'm saying? But my record's impeccable. You know what I'm saying? So I don't need nobody trying to call me out in front of my house, because where I come from, you be dead. You don't never. Everybody knows that. You don't never hang out in front of nobody's crib. That's the ultimate form of disrespect. But that's what they're trying to do. When I say they, I'm talking about the evil realm and everybody that keeps sending this ugly piece of trash. So they're trying to pull you into something you don't want no part of. But again, you have to change, because that piece of trash ain't going to change. So you have to find a different way to deal with it than running up on them, because that's what they want. They want me to run out in his face and say some crazy stuff. And then they're going to tell me it was my fault. But how could it ever be my fault when he's trespassing on my crib, in my area? So what I'm trying to teach people that are listening is this is the stuff you're going to deal with if you really want to make that change. But you start by not blaming externally. You start by going internally and looking at how you can change or adapt or whatever you need to do. So when you see that number 24, that's what that is. It's the return. It's when you go back to so-called the scene of the crime. And that, ironically, your 24 is right with Venus. Venus deals with love, fun, finances, dancing, culture. All that is Venus. And again, each person's got to make their choice. Because when you're not listening, you just assume somebody's trying to tell you how to live your life. I could care less how somebody else live their life. That's not my point here. My point is to try to wake people up. Because we can't keep, you know what I'm saying? We can't keep doing that. See, we can't look for higher information if we don't want to, like, is that gonna take you high? You can't go higher if you want to stay down. So that's what that is. When you get your natal chart is going to tell you basically what's going on, what's up. Like somebody I did a natal chart for about 3 years ago, they finally wanted to get an update. But I'm way better than I was 3 years ago. I was good then, now I'm like way better. So I saw a whole lot more this time around. So when they got that natal chart back, I know it kind of knocked them back, because there was a whole lot of stuff that needed to be addressed. But they was cool with it. They're like, yo, no problem. I'm glad you did it. They was cool with it. But that's how it be sometimes. So you gotta be able, even if you take baby steps, if you really want to change. Now, if you really don't want to change, then you should, don't play the victim. If that's what you want. Like, let's just say that's what you get your money in the street. Let's just say you get your money in the street, and you're like, I want to get my natal chart, but I ain't changing shit, cause that's where I get my money. Well, at least they was real about it. I'm not even mad at them. But when you get your natal chart, it's going to tell you the truth, unless you got somebody just milking you for your money. And then I would flip it. If I was just milking you for your money, instead of me telling you what Venus really mean, I would say, oh, look, Venus with the sun. That's a lot of love. Wow, that's a wait with Gemini and love. Oh, you probably gonna meet a Gemini, and I would just be blowing smoke up your ass like the most of these motherfuckers do, and just taking your money and shit. But I'm telling you what it really is about. I'm telling you about the numerology. Like 23 is chaotic. Like that could be chaos. 23 could be the number of chaos, but it's also gonna break down to 5 and all that stuff that I already explained. And 29 is a karmic situation. Not saying it's bad, but you got to be alert. You got to be alert if you really want this information. All right, Venus retrogrades. We're going to hit that. We're going to look at that. All right, here we go. So, a Venus retrograde is going to focus on romantic relationships, intimate emotions. Now, because it's in Gemini, it's pretty much implying that this is something that went south or went north or went left. In other words, it didn't work. But see, Gemini, whenever you're dealing with twin flames or relationships with Gemini, that energy, it usually is going to lead to some form of separation, some form of breakup, some form of infidelity. Because Gemini is not a mature energy. It's very creative. It's a good energy, but it's not in it for the long run. Like if somebody that's a Gemini, if they say, yo man, how you doing? They really don't mean tell me what's going on with you. They just mean, like, yo man, how you doing? Hit me with a 5 or whatever, high five and keep it moving. Like the Gemini don't want to hear, oh listen man, now my father in the hospital again, and my mother, and my sister, they ain't trying to hear all that. They could care less. Like a Gemini don't want to hear all that. You know what I'm saying? They just say, they just saying what's up. So if you see Gemini in the 10th house, that means that's a dude that got like part-time jobs, to be losing a job or going from job to job. Gemini in the 10th house is not somebody that got like a long 40-hour job or on their job regularly. So Gemini don't want the long term. So when you see Venus retrograde with your Gemini, that's what it's trying to tell you. This is a situation where it didn't really work itself out. It wasn't working out, but you're going to have to return to it. 24 is a return. So you're going to have to see that situation again, one way or another. Now Venus retrograde could mean a past life situation, but you're going to have to see it again. And remember, Gemini represents the twins. So when you're dealing with a Venus retrograde, you might be dealing with suppressed feelings. And like I keep trying to tell everybody, you got to learn how to be honest. Even if you're honest. See, the one thing she do is she write a lot. That is good. But you got to know how to use that. You know what I'm saying? Even if you write a lot to understand yourself better, that's good. Or like I said, I be telling people over and over again, best thing you can do is get a YouTube channel. Because I had a lot of repression. I had a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I got it out. See, because the way I used to always say, if only I had a video camera. Because everybody was lying. And these motherfuckers will lie till the cows come home. They'll be up in church line. They'll put their hands on the Bible and lie. These are wicked ass people. And that's why the Bible gave you Joseph. Because Joseph represented a spiritual person who really wanted to obey the God of the Bible and the God of the universe. And then the average people that just put on the front. Like, oh, yes, Jesus, or whoever they talking about they worship. But they ain't trying to obey him. But he's always going to have somebody on this planet like a Joseph or David took a lot of risk for God. People that really will do it. And they're always going to be there to put them other people to shame. And it's always going to be a war between the Joseph type and the other type. And if you go in their churches or wherever you go, they'll try their best to kill you. They'll literally kill you. Literally kill you or set you up or lie on you or try to find some dirt out on you and expose it and all that shit. Because they don't want that true energy. They faking it. Because they really love the riches. Everything Messiah said don't love, they love all that shit. The riches, the big house, the big cars, the reputation, walking around like they somebody important. All that Messiah said don't do in Matthew 5, 6, and 7. They all love it. And they use his name just like them people in the Bible did to make a lot of money. So these are fake ass, whatever they are, fake ass Christians, fake ass pastors, fake ass reverends, fake ass popes, fake ass, fake ass, fake ass, fake ass, fake ass. But they could, as long as they can keep killing off real people, or sending them to jail, or driving them people crazy, and then when those people blockade inside a house somewhere, because now they paranoid, then they can go in there and kill them, even though they could have just talked them out, but they're not just going to talk them out because they want the motherfucker dead. That's why I said, I'm going to ask y'all again, 400 houses in the neighborhood, why is this motherfucker always outside of mine? And this is early in the morning, go out there, I go throw some in the garbage, he's out there. Go out there late at night, throw some in there, he's out there. Go out there in my car, he's out there. Blizzard, I'm out there shoveling snow, he's out there. Why? But nobody will answer that question. Because he's sent. He's not just out there because he's out there. Like I've tried to teach people. If you look outside your house, you say, oh, that's a nice little spot over there. I'm going to go stand over there, talk on my phone or whatever. I'm going to go stand over there underneath the tree. Like if you look all in that spot and there's never nobody over there. But the exact moment you get ready to go over there, all of a sudden somebody's over there or somebody just happens to pop up. That person was sent. That's not no fucking coincidence. So the next thing you want to know is why are they sent? So again, when you get that Venus retrograde, it's going to focus on romantic relationships, intimate emotions. Suppressed feelings may come to the surface, and you may find new ways to express them. Venus retrograde causes you to reevaluate what you want in life from those around you. And the main thing I'm trying to tell you is, especially in your second house, Venus retrograde is taking you back to that person or that energy or that situation. Venus retrograde may say somebody's finally tired of a situation, so they're gonna seek it somewhere else. And this is say your value system might change, because remember, both Taurus and Venus are ruled by Libra. So with a Venus retrograde, what you used to think was important may not become important, may not seem that important to you no more. Or you might have disagreed with something before, but with a Venus retrograde now you don't. So Venus retrograde causes a reevaluation of your viewpoints, your friendships, love, intimacy, money, anything, culture, what you do for fun, forgiveness. So Venus retrograde means that in a past life or what you have relationship issues to overcome in this life. In your past incarnation of life, you may have felt inhibited or restrained to seek what you really wanted. There may have been external forces beyond your control to keep you or your lover apart. So you may have had a past life or past lives that is now influencing your current embodiment. And I think I mentioned that because of where your first house is and all that other stuff. I already covered that. Because like I said, what another thing humans do, and because like I'll address that in a minute because it made me laugh as soon as I said that. Because I used to say that and I had a friend of mine say, well, what do you think you are and shit. All right, so I'll get back to that. But it says, therefore, you may never learn how to conduct a mature, productive relationship in this lifetime. So that's why I'm here, trying to tell you, okay, now we got to get to emotional maturity. Stop going external for everything and start going internal. So they say today you may find it hard to fulfill your dreams or desires from the people who are close to you. You may have difficulty connecting with your mate and sustaining intimate relationships or with friends. You may also seek fulfillment from your partner, but that always seems to come up short. This is all Venus retrograde. And then they're finally saying it. Now this could also be financial matters as well, because Venus also deals with finance. So you may have financial concerns or overly worrying, or you may have a problem with self-worth. So they're telling you to consider what you really want in life. Consider your choices of partners carefully. That's what I be trying to tell people. Because people that don't know no better, they keep going, my twin flame, or my twin flame, or we going to come out of separation. We going to be together. You know, maybe that might happen. Maybe it may not happen. My nigga, it may happen with somebody else. You understand? That's why I say I be trying to keep it 100. Because people be believing like it, like y'all think y'all watching Cinderella and shit. You think the nigga gonna bring the shoe back or some shit. The nigga's not coming, motherfucker. I don't mean to be rude, but the nigga ain't coming in this lifetime, right? You gotta get on with your life. Stop the silly stuff. Don't be mad. I am not the enemy. You understand? Everything I put my whole life out here, 100% transparent. It ain't like a real leader, they do it first. You understand? A real leader, if he got people working for him and they fuck up, the leader still take responsibility for that. He gonna handle that shit. I'm that dude. All right, ain't no fakeness over here. Ain't no trying to hide no shit. It's none of that. But if you want the better life, you gotta stop what you was taught by this materialistic. Basically, you gotta go all the way back even to the days of slavery, because all this is one big ass lie. And what they did, they destroyed the people. Fucked your mind all up, destroyed all that. You can't even get along with the same people, have the same blood in you. But that's why the Bible gave you the book of Joseph, of Genesis with Joseph. He didn't get along with his family and shit like that. So that's why I said God is always going to be in the present, and God gives you what you need to get through it. But when you're not really a spiritual person, you're not looking to God. And most people want their answer immediately. When you're walking with God, you may have to hang in there. You may have to go for a while. You got to prove to God that you're even worth his time for him to really start to show himself. Because anybody can say, oh, Lord, I need this. Oh, Lord, I need that. He ain't looking for them type of people. That's why the Bible keeps saying faith, faith, faith. So you got to say what you want and then stand up. And then what they're trying to tell you is you got to find out, well, what type of person do I want? Like I said, you hear me talking, so I can't deal with some female that's want to be a little girl. I'm a grown-ass man. Like I said, I keep it 100. And in 1995, I may have thought it was cute to be with some 20-year-old chick or some shit like that. I wouldn't even fuck with that shit now. So the point I'm trying to make, you got to know you. And you got to know what you want. And you got to find somebody who can fit that. Not perfect, because ain't nobody perfect. But your twin may not be nowhere near that. Because your twin may have a whole lot of issues. Now, I done already been through a hell on this planet. So, I don't do that no more. I used to be that dude. Like, y'all see me out here. I'm out here trying to solve everybody's problems and shit. I was the same way in personal relationships, family relationships. And I finally realized, like I know, you'll go out of your way to help these people and they keep on fucking up anyway. And they're going to keep on doing it. I had a partner I used to do television show with. I would do 99% of the work to make sure it don't fail. And I would give him the last final part, like 1%. And he would still fuck up that little 1%. And then he would blame me for the 100% failure. When all he had to do was one thing and wouldn't do it. So that's what I mean by that lower energy. So I know all this now. So now I do it a little bit differently. This is what's up. This is how we gonna do this. And again, I'll show you how. Now you can go from however you going. Some people benefit from it. Some people won't. Some people will keep running. But just don't blame God or don't blame the universe, because all this stuff is on your natal chart. All you got to do is get the natal chart correctly interpreted by an expert. Not just anybody, because not everybody can do this. They just can fake it. They can fake a good game, but they're faking it. There's smoke screens in there. I seen one dude out here do a natal chart, and first off, he was using a chart that don't even have asteroids. Asteroids are a major part of your natal chart. So that's why I said people play games, but, I'm trying to help them, but if you don't want to be helped by me or whatever your problem is, then I don't care no more. I used to care, but I don't care. Just do it your way. Like I told that dude, go ahead and walk out, and since you don't give a damn and you a tough guy, you from the inner city and you're bad, okay, go on out there and walk out there and tell Mr. Freeze. Go ahead and tell Mr. Freeze how tough you are when you got to take that long strut up that street and that cold is whipping your ass. And he did. Let's just say he beat Mr. Freeze, but he didn't beat Mr. We're sending you home for the day because of your pants. That's when he tapped out. And the way that job is, he may come back. Who knows? So they're saying that if you got to choose your partner, who's going to be a partner. You know what I'm saying? Like like me, I gotta have somebody that want the shit as much as I do. Otherwise, I'm not carrying no broad no more. Them days is over with. I'm a totally different dude now. I ain't care. I very few people like my mama. That's it. My mama a drama queen, but that's still my dukes. So she get the freebie, and that's about it. Other than anybody else trying some slick shit with me, we gonna be fighting. And I ain't talking about literally because I'm too smart for that. But either way, we will be fighting. I don't play that shit. And that's from being on this planet way past 40 years and seeing it all. And it's not bitter, it's smart. Because like I said, once you get to that point, as far as your relationships, you'll stop messing with thugs and dudes that can't do nothing for you anyway, but hurt you and break your heart. You'll say, that's what they're trying to tell you right here with Venus retrograde. That's when you start saying, well, what type of dude would treat me differently? That's why you hear some people say, oh, I don't date this type of man, or I don't date this type of woman. And sometimes you get mad when they say that, but there's a reason why they're saying it. So they ended this by saying you have to be able to make yourself happy. Don't look for somebody. Don't look for your friend. Like I just told you. Don't look for the guy to come back with the slipper. This ain't with that Cinderella. This ain't Cinderella. This is Cinderfella. Because people is falling every day in sin, nigga. Ha ha ha. All right. Vesta at 29 degrees. Now I think I seen this. I think it's a dude on YouTube that talks about Vesta at 29 degrees. All right, give me a second, because there's a female. She's a doctor from India, Dr. Bhairavi, Bairavee, and she's also on YouTube. All right, this is one. Her name is Julie. It's funny, I keep telling you about democracy. Her name is Julie Demboski. So I'm telling you, this is called synchronicity. Listen up. JulieDemboski.com. Vesta enters 29 degrees. So let's just see what she's talking about. Ooh, this is new. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now let me tell y'all what's going on with this picture. I'll probably send it to y'all. I'll send it to her. This is new. I want her to see. See, this is a message for you. This is a message for you. See, because a lot of times I'll be doing what I got to do, and the universe got to tell me I'm doing the right thing. So I don't be going, oh, maybe I'm being too extreme. No, the universe said, you got two girls in the back of a police car handcuffed. Saying New Jersey right underneath it. Because if you don't get your shit together, the man gonna help you. So it says March 17, 2019, and it says take two. Now what y'all don't realize is it's two people underneath this with baskets and stuff. But then to the right is two people in jail with handcuffed, two females. And they both, typical females. Trying to be as sexy as possible. But now your ass is sexy on the way to jail. All right. So now I got this. Give me a second. And again, this is a wake-up call. Don't take it personal. Don't ever take it personal. Take it like it's a wake-up call. Because you have to hold yourself accountable. And you got to start. I'm giving you all, like I said, for people that are listening, I'm doing nothing but giving suggestions. And for people that apply it, it only gets better. That's why I said the worst mistake people make, don't look at me. I'm a little guy from Jersey. You know what I'm saying? Look at the real whatever. Like if you stuck in a ditch, don't get mad at the person that came out and looking or something. Find out how to get out that freaking ditch so that you can move on with your life. So I'll try to shoot that over to her. If I remember, I will put it at the end of the for you that I don't remember. At least I can email her so she see it. All right. But we still looking at that 29 degrees. See what she talking about. Oh, and it happens to be a male and a female. And they standing in water. The woman don't have no shoes on, but the man do. They standing in like a little puddle, really. But I'm really interested in Vesta. It was funny because they said 4 signs you're about to die of a heart attack. But see, my doctor put me on some bad medicine because this guy's foot is all swelled up and look all crazy. And mine was. But that was because of my doctor. He put me on some medicine and fucked me up and shit. But I've had the same doctor since 1991. So we worked through it. I'm used to that dude. So we worked through it. But I put my trust in God. Because, you know, they trying to rush you to the hospital and all that. I said, no, that's okay. Give me what I need. Give me my little insulin. Give me my medication. And I'll go home. Get my holy oil. And I'm going to be good to go. Just like any other time I got problems. My God will take care of me. And I want to say I continue to heal. And once again, I give my God all the glory, all the honor, and all the praise. In the name of Yahshua HaMashiach. All right, now I'm looking for Vesta. Because she's supposed to be here. Give me a moment, y'all. This is not easy. So Vesta has a big presence in March of 2019. And it's kind of funny because this guy is standing next to a pyramid, and you got that pyramid on your chart. So it's almost like they're associating that pyramid with Vesta. So as soon as I can, I'm going to look at your chart again to see if I see the same thing. Okay, it says Vesta enters 29 degrees, and we may feel a great deal of pressure around things we dedicate our lives to, or around home or mate. And you see that is going on for you. A sorting out needs to happen, a reevaluation, so that we are not putting our energy toward or showing reverence for outmoded ideas. The moon's contact to Neptune assists us with this and allows us to truly be inspired and reordering our priorities. So Vesta's there to, and then, like I said, the warning is if you don't, you might find yourself incarcerated. Because Vesta is, just so you know, Vesta is incarceration. Just so you know that. She is a queen. She's the ruler of confinement. So that's why I say people don't like me, but y'all, like, I'm gonna try to tell y'all something. If you was going to a church, right, that pastor in that church, he still has a universal obligation to oversee you, whether you like it or not. Because I ain't no pastor gonna tell me how to live. I live the way I want to. I might go to that church. That man better never say nothing to me. Oh, good, you a tough guy. You like that other guy that want to walk in the cold. Okay, but the bottom line is he still has a universal obligation to God, despite what the fuck you talking about. Is to keep it 100. I'm just gonna keep it 100. So you might, let's just say you went to church on Sunday, but Saturday night you was just dancing, drunk up, smoked up, snorting, sniffing, licking. You had it going on. Had it going on. Ain't no, you was on some Billie Holiday, ain't nobody's business what I do. But now you want to come up in the church that he's supposed to be having spiritual authority over. Now, when I say authority, people get upset. Ain't nobody gonna have no authority over me, but I don't mean it the way y'all mean it. But he does have a spirit. He's gonna have to answer for that. See, just because humans dumbed down and watered down the Bible, don't mean the Bible watered down. The Bible is still the most powerful thing on the planet. The Bible, the Word of God. It is always gonna be that way. And when he starts judging, that's why the sword, the flaming sword, the sword coming out of the mouth, that represents the Word of God. So you may think, oh, fuck, I'll do what I want. Ha, ha, ha. They don't know what I was doing last night. Now you in church talking about Jesus and they're getting up and all that. Might even get up and testify. Now you just got finished being on your knees less than 12 hours ago. Now you in church. Now you miss Holy Roller. So all of a sudden, that pastor come up and give his sermon. And during his sermon, he say something like this. You know, we playing around with the Lord. We not going to be playing. The Lord see everything you do. Now, a lot of us know what the Bible say about conduct and stuff like that. Some of us still think we're going to be hanging out over the weekend and then coming up in here acting holy on Sunday. So you start knowing your conscience is already, now you're getting defensive internally. Now you're mad. You're mad. Then he said, yeah, like take that bar right up the street. A lot of people be all up in there, acting all wild and all that. They don't know that the Lord know, and they also don't know when they be coming out that bar with their drunk self, that people, members of the church, see them coming out, and then we know what you're doing. So right away you think somebody done ratted you out. Who the fuck told I? Now you want to beat the pastor's ass. You want to find out who's whole, and he might not even be talking about you, but it's just that spirit is bringing it out. Why? Because even though we might give up and love the world more than God, God don't give up. So God is always going to be sending warnings to repent, whether we like it or not. So you can be mad, you could be on fire, but you just got told by God through this man that I know what you about, and you better get your shit together. So even though that person talking like a tough guy, that's going to prick their conscience for a period of time. And this is what's going to happen to that person. They're either going to try to start to get their life together, or they're going to get worse. Because once God exposes you, those are only two choices you're going to get. And if they continue to get worse, then they're going to have that judgment that's going to come. So remember, Vesta is a priestess. Vesta is also highly sexual. Depending on what house she's in and who she's next to. Or she can be highly spiritual. And that anaretic degree, we're going to do it right now. 29 degrees is that anaretic degree. It's that karmic degree. All right, give me a second. So like I said, nobody told the pastor in that particular scenario. Nobody see you coming out. Most of them people sleep. Like the good church people, they sleep around 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. You coming out the bar, ready to go to the hotel. The dude is so cheap, he don't even take you to a hotel. He take you to a motel. or the back of his car, or the back or the back of the bar, or outside in the alleyway. But that's how we be when the devil got us. We dumb down. We don't even treat ourselves like we should treat ourselves. We should be treating ourselves like kings and queens, but we like little whatever. So, somebody don't even respect us enough. That's why I said I refuse. Some chicken head female come talking to me. I ain't got no time to talk to you. I'll be polite, but this chunk you talking is going in one ear and out the other. Especially if you saying the same thing to me that you said to me in 1978. That's already telling me you ain't grown or nothing. Something wrong with you. I don't even really want to talk to you, to be honest. I'm just being polite. That's why I said I was at a funeral one time, and one of my sisters, my older sister's friends came in, and she was just as mean to me and just as rude. And I like, man, what the heck? And she might say, well, I heard this, I heard that. Okay, let's deal with it. Let's deal with it. You heard this and you heard that. But how come? So you're saying you're mean to me because you heard this and you heard that. Okay? But how come you was the same way when we was kids? So it don't got nothing to do about you heard something about me. It got to do you just a mean ass, you know what? And you think you can get away with it because of whatever. You think I'm still that little nerd, that little nerd teenager that used to do that shit too. But like I said, I catch myself though, y'all, because I don't want to be ignorant. But I be done cut your ass out and showed you a whole nother side you ain't never seen before. But then with her little hoe ass, because she wasn't nothing but a hoe back then, and she's probably still a hoe now. I'm talking about these chicks is what I'm not talking about all females, but I'm talking about the ones I'm talking about. That's what they was back then, and apparently they still ain't grew up now. But you just can't treat somebody any way you want to, because that dude may just hit you with a reality check. But a lot of times I don't even let the people bring me into their energy, because it's a low self-destructive energy. And like I said, at the end of the day, all that stuff go back to white supremacy and slavery, where they think they can talk to you any way they want to, and they ain't got to worry about nothing. And sad to say, usually that's true. Because I see it. Because I know if I stood in front of somebody's house, or I was in front of their window and they called, I bet you I would be talking to police officers. But if I call, they could stand where they want to. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, but if I do it, then I don't sound I got 3 police cars in my face and shit. So there's a hatred if you a black male. There's a hatred if you a righteous black male on this planet. But that's because you want a democracy. And you got people with all kind of wild spirits on them. So that's why you got to watch where you go and who you around and this and that. All right, let me keep it moving. So 29 degrees. Now, there's going to be 29 degrees in Gemini. And this is the anaretic degree, which I did basically explain. And that's why I said it's always good to take notes so that when I'm talking, you get the definition of an anaretic degree. So that when I start talking, you be like, oh, what's the anaretic degree? And I did explain that. Anaretic degree is also karmic. It's a very intense period on your chart and in your life. So yours is in Gemini. It says this denotes the end of a mental cycle. Because remember, Gemini, planet Mercury rules Gemini, but they both deal with the mind and thought. And natives seem mentally overwhelmed or bored. Unfortunately, an end of relationships with siblings, cousins, or neighbors is indicated. So you remember, it could be the end of any type of relationship. And since you got Venus right there, it could also be a love relationship. And whatever, it could be the end of it, or at least it's intensified. Because that's what the 29 anaretic or karmic degree deals with. And I'm just going to look one more time because I really would have loved to have found something with Vesta 29 degrees. And again, Vesta can also deal with devotion. But again, so at 29 degrees, you will be starting to question your devotion and stuff like that. And again, it's always because you're a Taurus, all this is associating you with money. Because now Gemini is in your second house, but that's still ruled by Taurus, money. So it's just a money connection and all that. But see, you have to get to the point is how much emphasis are you putting on money. But you seen equated a lot with your relationships. And you got to remember, the truth of the matter is, not saying that's right or wrong, but when your relationship is equated with money, then it's never really going to be about you. It's always going to be about money. Who got the money, what the money, and all that. And so, which means you always going to have to do whatever you got to do to keep that money or whatever you're trying to do. So that type of mentality will always block spirituality. That's why I say that when you go to the church, these people are defining Jesus Christ based on, I want a big car, I want big houses, I want cars, I want to be able to travel, I want to go on vacations, I want to have a big family. So their Jesus Christ is not the same biblical Jesus Christ, because the biblical Jesus Christ, they don't have to be involved with all that. Spiritual. And I know right away people say, well, that's just a sucker move and stuff like that. But I would say those type of people probably never walk spiritually. So I've actually walked spiritually. Now, don't get me wrong. If that's what you want to do, that's your business. I'm not saying none of this stuff is wrong, but I know for a fact you're not going to see the spiritual powers and stuff of God with that. What you might see is this. Oh, we was trying to get the house and they told us somebody else wanted it. And then all of a sudden people changed their mind and we got that big house. Thank you, Jesus. You might see that. You might see that, Jesus. They're going to get you the big house and the big car. But that's really like, that's not Jesus. That's Jesus. That's Jesus. Jesus. Because he's distracting your ass. Not like the devil acting like Jesus to distract you with all this shit. And what happens is, when somebody's trying to tell you what the word of God say, if it don't have a dollar sign attached to it, you're not hearing that shit. And what you'll also do is attack that person. Oh, he's always been a weirdo. So wait a minute. You telling me somebody who really loved the Bible and studied the Bible and really lived that life is a weirdo? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Because you really can't live that way. So then you're just smacking God all in the face then. And again, I'm not telling nobody out there to be poor or don't worry about the big house. What I always try to do is get people to think. Because either God is right or you are. And if you're right, then you really don't need nobody to help you with your life. You don't need nobody to help try to define anything for you or examine nothing for you because you're right. But then if you're right, how come shit in your life is fucked? If you're right. Because if you're right, then people like if you're a female, your man should be saying, baby, I love being with you because you're right. The black woman is God. Or someone, you're God, baby. You're my goddess. You're always right, baby. I would never think about cheating on you. I would never even think about arguing with you because you're always right. I love you. So it wouldn't be all that. So when your shit fucked up, there's a reason for it. All of us. But we got to be wise enough to know. Like I said, I had to learn. And like I said, that was a turning point for me. Like I tried that whole relationship shit one more time about whatever, 98. I dated a Kenyan. And again, me and the Kenyan had a good relationship to a certain degree, but it was just a lot of bullshit. And I did try to overlook it and put up with it, but it just got to the point I couldn't do it no more. And after that, I realized, I said, nah, this is just too hard. Because you can't love somebody who ain't loving you back. You can't love somebody who's telling you, oh, you have to love me unconditionally. But they don't love you unconditionally. You understand? So it just didn't work. But that's, again, this life, third dimensional bullshit. It's all a matrix. It's all a lie. Now, look, we just got out of your Gemini, and now look what's going on. Now they got the moon at 12 degrees, and they say you were born around a new moon, which in 12 degrees is the Neptune energy card, and that is the Hermit. So once again, it's a form of isolation. And then you got Mercury at 17 degrees. And again, 17 is a karmic number, Saturn. Even the number 8, 1 plus 7 is 8, is a karmic number. And And 17 is the star card. Star card, which is Aquarius energy. And again, this is in the third house. So once again, you're dealing with a person that doesn't want to go deep. Because Gemini and Aquarius, they're not going to go deep. Neither one of them. They like their freedom. They really don't like to go deep. But now the family's here. So this is teenage Cancer. The 6-9 rules the fourth house. This is the family. Family, teenage to adult education. Teenage to adult education, land and property or real estate, family and ancestors, the heart or health, vehicle and travel. And see, that's your Imum Coeli. So that moon in Cancer is Imum Coeli, and that represents your mom. But she's going to be whoever raised you in a mother position when you were younger. That's who that is. That moon in Cancer is Imum Coeli. Imum Coeli. So she's always going to be in your subconscious mind. So how you view certain things is going to be based on her. So this is your third house of Gemini energy. And it's also dealing with Mercury. So it's a great communication. And you may communicate a lot about her. Because that's what it looks like. Or whether good or bad. And you got to remember, communication can also be mental, because Mercury and Gemini work with the mind. So you may deal with it verbally out your mouth or in your mind. But I'm telling you again, don't repress. So like I said, it's good you write and stuff, but hopefully you'll get like a YouTube channel, because you're a great communicator. You got Mercury and Gemini. So that means you're a great communicator. Because then by like a YouTube channel or something, not only are you healing by talking about it and other people are being helped by you, but you're helping other people too. So that's basically what your third house is about. But we want to do, let's just try the moon conjunct Mercury in Cancer. But they don't like to give you 3. They'll give you 2, but they hate to give you 3 online. I hope somehow they change that. Moon conjunct Mercury in third house. See, like I said, they'll give you one or the other, but they don't want to give you all 3. So now we're just going to do moon conjunct Mercury, because we already know what the third house is about. All right, now this is Astrology King Jamie, and he usually does a great job. AstrologyKing.com. Again, give me a moment. I'm looking at something else, and sometimes my browser moves slower than I would like. So that's why I say, getting back to that pastor who's basically just speaking and God is speaking through him, and you got that person that's talking trash, like, oh man, what does he know? He better mind his business. Who told him? And they talking all crazy. What they don't realize is you may sound tough in third dimensional bullshit. This isn't even reality. But you're gonna have to face that same God, and you ain't gonna be talking tough then. And that God can send your ass to hell for eternity. So y'all gotta wake up, because like I said, if you understand a prophetic time is running out. And that's why I thank RFG Chosen One, because he gives a lot of great information about stuff like that. Because the more you realize it, like I said, if Eve knew what hell was like and she could feel it and see it, you best believe she wouldn't have took that fruit. But she couldn't see it, just like these people can't. She couldn't see it, she couldn't feel it, so she began to doubt that it was even real. And that's what the devil's going to tell you. Of course he's going to tell you it ain't real, because he wants you to go there and burn forever. So you sit there and believe that it ain't real, and then you just got played out. So it says with Mercury conjunct the moon conjunct Mercury. And again, I'm gonna tell you again, especially with Cancer, this has to do with whoever raised you when you were young in your mother position. That's what this is all about primarily. It unites your thoughts and feelings so that it's very easy for you to become emotionally attached to people, places, memories, or other things. This characteristic will gain you many friends who enjoy such a close, unique emotional bond. Your personality often benefits from your level of openness when sharing your feelings, and this wins you respect and friendship. But that's why you should have your own YouTube channel or Facebook or however you want to do it, Patreon. But so I tell you, you got the gift, and see everything you're going through. It'll help you, and that's how you heal. But there is a downside. You may find it a challenge to get interested in things you do not feel this emotional attachment to. Because like I told you, Gemini has a very small attention span. There is also a possibility that thinking rationally about your close emotional attachments becomes clouded by your strong feelings, which in a way actually becomes prejudices. They say you will be more like a white brain thinker, such as literature over mathematics, psychology over science. So I guess they're saying the right wing is more maybe intuitive, maybe feelings. And now you know why a lot of women like romance novels, but they don't like real romance. Because with real romance, that's reality where you have to think. Just like when you're dealing with reality, you have to think. Like if you want to go to work or where you want to go, you have to think. Where's my keys? You got, where's the car? Okay. I got to turn the key for the car to start. Oh, I got to unlock the car. Oh, I got to back out the driveway and turn this way. So you're thinking the whole time. But if you were just reading that in a book, you know, oh, and Johnny got up and got his keys and rushed to the car. And Johnny was up the street. You know, they don't have to explain it. Now some writers are really good, so they'll explain it. And Johnny woke up, he was in this type of mood. He stepped out the bed with his left foot first. And some writers will write like that because they're really explanatory writers. But other writers don't write like that. But if you're into a romance novel, you don't really care about reality. You just want to always loving and because that's a right wing thinker, a right brain thinker. It's all about feeling or intuition, intuitive. Whereas a left-wing thinker, he's want to see the truth. See, he would rather read, a left-brain thinker would rather read documentation on how to meet people so that he can apply it and go do it. A right-brain thinker just wants the feeling. Oh, Romeo and Juliet, oh, it's so romantic. Why did the father have to just... Oh, the father was so mean. Oh, he shot Romeo. Oh. So they say this person with Gemini, this person with the moon conjunct Mercury can excel in any subject or career in which they're able to express their emotions through writing or speech. But they say you're emotionally sensitive. You can become easily anxious when under pressure. Intense trauma may trigger such emotional anxiety and lead to rapid swings of mood. Even in your normal settled state, you can be subject to change emotions. So they basically saying this person can be very emotional, very sensitive. But they say they have good social skills. And again, that number 12 means that you will go, just like they said, you will go into hiding if you feel a certain way. Like you said, you're going to move so far from the guy. I forget how many miles you said, but that's far. So that's definitely accurate. All right, now, 4th house. Your true north node is Leo. But think about it. So you ain't no punk. You ain't no coward if you're a lion. I'm a lion, but that's my ascendant. So now let's do this right. Your true north node, 4th house, Leo, and the family. So what they're telling you there is that she'll fight for her family. But you also have Juno there. Juno shows you who you'll be in a serious relationship with, which is probably a Leo or a Cancer or something like that. But again, it's 16 degrees. In other words, you're going to go through a Mars-like situation with this person. But that's what I be telling people. I'm not telling you y'all will get together in this life, but really with twin flames, expect the separation and stuff like that. Like I said, the best thing my twin can do for me is get off her chip, that shit she was on, and be humble. But she's not going to like to deal with me because I'm going to be honest. And I'm sorry. Like I said, here's how it works, ladies. You might have wanted somebody to love you and all that. First off, even if you're my twin, I don't know you. And if every relationship I've had with a female is me being a typical Leo, love, 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 and then them shitting all over me, of course I'm not going to trust your ass. Let's keep it 100. Oh, no, you ain't getting close to my heart no more. You can forget that one. And I remember one of my aunts. Now, my father's also deceased, but my father had about 5 sisters. He didn't have no brothers. So a couple of, like his younger sisters were still older than me, but they were still, we looked at them like our age, even though they weren't. They were older than us, but they were still young enough to understand people our age. But one time she told me, she said one thing about our family, she said we're very nice, we're very giving, but people take advantage of us. And she said that's why we don't have success in relationships, because we're too nice. So and she's right. So that's what I mean about twin flame. You're gonna have to go into separation. But what I'm saying is, I'm not gonna be the guy being Mr. Nice Guy and all that, because I've already done that. So if that's what's causing my twin to react the way she did and all that, you understand? Well, then she doesn't understand. What she should have done was show me what I needed to see, which was love. But instead, she showed me the typical angry bitch. Who cares? Who cares if you're mad at the end of the day? You're proving my point. Who wants to wake up to that bullshit? And then what she doesn't understand is, you think somehow you're getting at me, but you're destroying yourself. Because now, because you're mad at me trying to make a point, you're jumping in bed with this guy who you talking about you're going to marry, and you think he's the right one. He's not ever going to be the right one. I'm your twin. So he'll never be the right one. And I could tell he wasn't the right one because he never put a ring on her finger the whole time. He's giving her all these babies, but he ain't putting a ring on her. You know what I'm saying? And then, next thing I know, now she's trying to get the powers that be to pay for everything. Because the guy's not even really doing that. Paying for his own kids. So she's already putting herself deeper and deeper in a hole. And then there's going to come a time when she's going to realize this guy is a piece of shit. And then she's going to be worrying about me. But from my perspective, well, you made a choice. I really don't want nothing to do with none of that. Because I'm not raising somebody else's kids. That ain't happening. And another reason why I feel the way I feel, because you should have been with me. You were with him to get at me. So when I see that whole situation, you know what I'm saying? It's like if you was in a gang and certain dudes did certain things to your side. So whenever you see them dudes or their bloodline, that's all you want to see. It's them the same dudes that did what they did to us. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I feel. There's not really a reconciliation possible. And the only way she could ever have a reconciliation is to get off that high horse of hers, grow up a little bit, and we're going to have a conversation that we should have had in 2014. So my life is not going to be fucked up for somebody else. I already did that shit. That's why officially in 1998, I left that shit alone. And that was one of the best decisions I ever made in my life. And I still feel good. I still feel great. And I love my life. But that's because I cut off all that foolishness. Because if you are reacting like a child and you're a grown adult, you know what I'm saying? There's something wrong with that picture. But I'm saying y'all don't get what I'm trying to tell you. You're in a democracy. A democracy. So if you go back to the Garden of Eden, that devil or that demon tricked her by vanity. Tricked her by vanity. And by her falling to her own vanity, she destroyed everything. To the point that allegedly, if you believe that situation, we're still paying for that now. If you read the Book of Solomon, he also attacked vanity. So when you're dealing with people that think they don't have to grow up or they got some type of special privilege for whatever reason, of course there's going to be problems. And you're not going to find a man. Every man is not going to bow down to that shit. Every man is not going to think with the wrong dick or with the wrong head. You're going to find people that do stand up to it, because ultimately that whole paradigm is going to have to change, because all it is self-destructive. Oh, make me happy, make me happy. Oh, let's get married. I'm not happy. I want half or more. Fuck your career. Fuck your reputation. But that's their own fault, because they shouldn't rush into that shit. Based on history and statistics, everything you hear me talking about in this video, based on that information and stuff like that, you should know not to go diving into some shit. But they stupid. They keep thinking with the wrong head, and they keep destroying the institute of marriage. They keep destroying any type of real relationship with the opposite sex, and they're fucking it up for other people, because these guys are weak-minded men that won't stand up for themselves. So again, you're going to see the 16 torn down, and again, your north node is 21 degrees. So again, it's karmic. So it's obviously this person is a karmic relationship with you. So even if it's Juno, if it's a serious relationship, it's still going to be karmic. It's going to have problems. When you go to now, you go to your 5th house, which is ruled by Leo, but you got Virgo there. So that's an interesting placement. Virgo in the 5th house. Well, Virgo is all about home and service. It's still about children and stuff like that. And whenever you see Mars anywhere where home or children are, you have to be careful, because that could be abuse. And again, if you look, 16 degrees on Mars, again, the Tower card is Mars energy, meaning something is going to go down and come back up. Saturn means karma and time delays, and it may mean career, because Saturn rules your Capricorn, which may mean career, 10th house. And then you got Jupiter there at 3 degrees, which means the Empress or rising, something coming up, but that might be after the 16 degrees of Tower going down. So Jupiter might mean after the go down, you'll have the rise up, because number 3 is the Empress or creation. But it also deals with like children, young ones. So in the 5th house, we have to be careful that we're not abusing children in any way, shape, or form with the Mars energy. But this is still about judgment, and it's still about the Tower going down. And both of those houses are dealing with 16 degrees. One deals with 21 degrees, which is still Saturn. And then when you see Saturn in the next house, is 20 degrees, which is the judgment card, or Pluto. And then they go right to Pluto. This is how you know a person wrote this. And they really slick it with it, how they did it. So somebody might say, well, man, this shit sounds fucked up to me. This shit sounds fucked up to me. Yep, but when you're aware of it, like I said, the best advice is use your communication gift to heal and help others, and take each day slow. Because like I told you, the type of female I might have been looking for dating or being in my life 20 or something years ago, I wouldn't want that now. I'm looking for something totally else now. Because she got to definitely have some form of maturity, because I'm not going to be her daddy. Like, I'm looking for somebody equal to me. I'm not looking for a female that's so immature that she wants a man to tell her what to do. There's something wrong with you if you want somebody else to tell you what to do. You're a grown-ass adult. But if you want somebody else to tell you what to do, it's already proven to me that you ain't mature enough, at least not in relationships and shit. You know what I'm saying? So that would be a big turn off for me. And like I said, everybody's not like that. Now, what I'm looking for might be the minority, but that's what I'm waiting for. Because, like, I have a fear of God, so I ain't jumping in bed with nobody. But that's what happens. When you really walk with God, you know God exists. Like, when you really are a spirit person, you know God exists. But that's why a lot of people, they just go to church and, oh, God, but they don't really believe he exists. Because if they did, like I said, you wouldn't be disobeying the Messiah if you really believed he was King of Kings and Lord of Lords. That's stupid. You damn sure wouldn't try that with your boss. You damn sure wouldn't try that with the mayor or anybody else. Anybody else in authority around you, you damn sure wouldn't go opposite of what they told you to do. So the fact that you do it to the King of Kings and Lord of Lords proves you don't believe in him. But you just talk a good game like the rest of these people. Like my neighbors. For my neighbors, it's Jehovah this, Jehovah that. But they're the most wickedest neighbors I've ever seen in my life. And I've known them my whole time. Since I've been on this planet, I've known them people. And they try to say, that's why I say this is white supremacy racism. These are people I've known all my life. I've never did nothing to those people. But yet they try to do the same junk to me that say a racist would. And these is all black people. You come outside, they lock in the car door as soon as they see you. I've never been in their yard. I've never been nowhere near their car. So why do you feel the need to lock your car door every time you see me? Because you want some racial bullshit, self-hate bullshit, and you got some demons on you. And if y'all think I'm lying, then why was their house haunted? Their house was haunted for a period of time. Why? Because when you're wicked and you let demons and spirits manipulate you, that's what you're going to have dwelling in your house. Now, if anybody got a problem, I've had family members with the same situation I just told y'all. Now, if anybody has a problem with what I just said, then I strongly suggest you read Psalm chapter 50. Psalm chapter 50. Because I was reading Psalm chapter 50 when that actually happened. When some demonized person who was always trying their best to attack me and bully me, when God finally got tired of it and dealt with that person. And you also see God deal with one of Moses' relatives. I believe that's Numbers chapter 12. So there really is a God. There really is a great spirit, just like the Native Americans, the so-called Indians used to tell you. There really is a God. There really is a great spirit. And your biggest mistake is trying to live your life without realizing that person's going to judge you. And especially you keep noticing on this person's chart, 20, 20, 20. So 20, 20, 20 means the judgment card, which is Gabriel blowing that trumpet. So that's why you get your shit together. Because if you don't, that's what you're looking forward to. And then when I say you, I mean anybody, including myself. So if you look at Numbers chapter 12, you see this great God having to address one of Moses' relatives for the same bullshit that somebody was doing in Psalms 50. And I had a relative doing the same thing, and I was there when God took that person out. Believe it if you want to, don't believe it. I can't help you with that. But I can damn sure tell you the truth and give you all facts. All right, so now you got the home tower, 20 degrees. And to me, that's what it looks like. It looks like after you go down and come back up, then Pluto will start blessing you with 3. Because the 3 is the Empress card. And the Empress card is like something new or something planet. Like something planet and it's beginning to grow. But it could also be small children. And that's why we have to make sure we're not being mean to children. And that's something else God hates. So you got to make sure you're not being mean to children. Because the 5th house is all about children. And the 6th house is also about small children and animals. So don't be mean to children or animals or anything. Got to learn how to communicate without being mean. So when you got Scorpio in the 7th house, we already covered this. That is what it is. It's going to be all, but that's why you have to get your free report and study it, so you'll know everything that's in that house. But it definitely means power struggles, obsession, stalking, watery emotions, psychic stuff going on, all kind of stuff. And a Scorpio will know what's going on. So if you try to lie to a Scorpio, you play yourself out. And they can be very vindictive as well. But they also can be doubting. So you have to be careful, because like a Scorpio will be doubting you and accusing you of shit you didn't do, but they'll be acting like you did. So it's not easy dealing with that, but you can tell it's going to be very emotionally intense in their relationship house, which is the 7th house, or business partnerships or whatever. Now, the 9th house, I believe that's the 7th house. The 8th house now is Neptune retrograde, again 21, which is going to be Saturn or karmic energy, and 14 is the temperance, which is Sagittarius energy. So we definitely want to take a good look at Sagittarius in the 8th house. But either way, Neptune retrograde is going to try to make an escape. And see, the 8th house is all about addictions and all that. So this person to the left has got to be careful. That's why I said, once we start blaming other people or blaming, then it's easy for us. Oh, I deserve it. Oh, I just want to feel good. I don't care nothing about it. And that's why you be seeing people with that type of lifestyle. They get high, they get drunk, they just don't give a fuck. I'm saying, I just need somebody to hug me. I don't even know this motherfucker, but I don't care. And then that's how you get diseases and all that shit. Because you ain't giving a fuck. Don't care. And so, fast life, drinking, getting high, just want to escape. That's Neptune retrograde. I just don't care. I don't care. And that's why I said, when you see a female to come in a bar, and the first thing she says, wait a minute, oh, don't touch me. Don't hug me. No, I'm not here for all that. I don't get down like that. No, I'm not like these females up in here. I'm not no bar girl. But she's in the bar though. I'm not no bar, and I've seen this in my lifetime. This is why I'm telling you this. Oh, I'm not no bar girl. I don't get down like that. No. Now, I don't want to hug you. And this is what she said. This is a true story. She said, I want to hug you. Because first it'll be a hug, then it'll be a kiss. So she's going through this whole dialect how she's a good girl, she's a teacher, and she's not here for that, blah, blah, blah. All right? Then after a few drinks, oh, now she's hugging, now it's all this other slutty shit, dresses all up, and all the stuff to go down. And the next thing she's getting banged out. Okay, so what happened to the good girl? And you say, oh, anybody can make a mistake. Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Do you think she's sad about her mistake? Probably. She said she was a good girl. She just overdrank. Anybody can make a mistake. Okay. Well, do you think she's aware of her mistake? Well, I'm sure she's aware of her mistake. She got gangbanged. Of course she's aware of her mistake. Oh, okay. So what do you think she's going to do about her mistake? I don't know what she's going to do about it. Well, do you think she would put herself in that environment again? Well, if she's really a good girl, probably not. Then what the hell is she doing back in here on Monday night, Wednesday night, Friday night, Monday? So obviously she's not as good as she wants to, and obviously she likes the lifestyle because she keeps coming back. So this is this house of escape and stuff like that. And again, whenever you see Sagittarius deals with your 9th house of foreigners, foreign-speaking people, foreign lands, higher courts, higher self, higher laws, philosophy, culture, class, religion, and philosophy. So all this is going down. So this person may escape religion and philosophy, or if this person has any type of unethical or illegal activity going on, they may deal with higher courts. And that's why you got to really listen. Because even when you see like Uranus and Scorpio, that could be somebody mixing it up. Y'all remember New Jack City when they came up with a new drug and shit? But see, when you do stuff like that, especially nowadays, you're going to see law that's Sagittarius law. That's higher courts. That's like the feds and higher, right? And then it also, when you see Sagittarius, this could all be for like foreign people and stuff like that, because nowadays you got all kind of things going on. You got kind of different laws. Like if you get busted and they find out that you either affiliated with illegals or it's illegals, then it's going to be different for you. Because especially you got to understand how it's going. Like suppose let's just say y'all was making fast money. I ain't going to say no racial group because I don't want nobody getting offended. But let's just say you were a racial group, right? And you with these dudes. You say, these dudes put the hustle in. Plus they got a good connect because their people actually pay money. So you with these dudes, right? But you don't realize a lot of them dudes is illegal. So when they bust your ass and they bust their ass, in order for them to prosecute them successfully, they got to prosecute you the same way. Because they're going to use you to turn over on them. So y'all got to know how law works. See, when you see Sagittarius in places like this could be anything. Now, I'm not saying this person got any of that going on because she probably doesn't. But when you see like Uranus and Scorpio, that's somebody like alternative, like different types of alternative drugs. It's like what you saw in New Jack City. But then when you see Sagittarius lurking around the same area, that could be like the higher court system. And then when you have Capricorn in the ninth house, again, that could be karmic. It could be career. But that would still go with my. You got to understand, a lot of times when you got Capricorn on your chart, these are the gangsters. Now, whether they're Italian mafia, Irish, or just thugs on the street, or the different color gangs that, whatever, red, blue, anything. That's all Capricorn. Because all of them have some type of order, and you better not disrespect me, and you better not cross me. So it doesn't make a difference whether they're wearing sneakers or suits. Because they still got that code. Better not disrespect me. This is our order. This is our organization. And that's all Capricornian. So when you see stuff like this, you have to mention it. And sometimes a female, she might not necessarily be directly involved. Sometimes she is. But it might be the dude or whoever she's messing with. They're involved. But you may still see it on her chart. Because she's going to have to deal with it if the law comes. Because she's going to get picked up. So Sagittarius in the 8th house. In a minute, for my audio, just to make sure everything comes out, because one video I recently did it went like to 5 hours, and I usually don't do that because sometimes I used to have problems. Not so much now, but I don't like taking chances. So this audio is already almost at 3 minutes. I got like less than 8 minutes. It's gonna be 3 minutes. So I'm gonna stop this to make my audio part 1, and then I start a new audio to part 2 to make sure everything is recorded consistently without no problems because it was too long. But give me a moment. I still got a couple of minutes. All right, let me do this. I just want to let me see. All right, Sagittarius finds adventure in the 8th house in the depths, the deep parts of the human psyche. Saying this person won't like to go deep when it comes to seeking knowledge. They say, so this type of person will try to go deep in learning knowledge so they can use that knowledge against people or to manipulate them or just have control over them. Because remember, Scorpio is all about control, and Scorpio rules the 8th house that this Sagittarius is in. And they want other people to know that they're highly intelligent. And they keep saying how Sagittarius is a mental person. But this person, with Gemini and all that, that's why you see it's all connected. Virgo, Gemini, Sagittarius, because this is like a mental person and stuff. And see, even when you see Virgo, that could be somebody with drugs in the home and stuff. That's all I'm telling you. See, I got to tell you what's on the chart. I'm not saying that that's what this person is doing, but it's still there. It's still on that chart kind of saying that. But see, that's how you get in trouble when you think you're smarter than people or they can't find out or some shit like that. And then, again, you got to remember, that's why I said whenever something's going wrong your way, there's a such thing as karma. So never play the victim. Because that's what everybody went to. Oh, this happened to me. But it might have been something you did in this life why it's happening to you. Or it might be something you did in a previous life. But I'm not saying be guilty. I'm just saying you got to learn how to stand up like an adult and deal with it. Instead of all that wasting all that time with guilt and all that ain't unchanging, only getting worse. The moment you begin to stand up as an adult and deal with it, that's how things will start to get better. So once again, it's this Sagittarius, or they say a pioneer, but that's why I said about that The New Jack, they came up with a new drug that was a pioneer. They're talking about metaphysics, but that's what I told you. You start mixing stuff differently. It could be alchemy, or Uranus and Scorpio is all about mixing shit differently and all that. New way of doing stuff, but it still could be drugs. And if it ain't you, it could be somebody you know that's close to you. And they're saying Sagittarius in the 8th house could be very spiritual as well. So we wouldn't know, only person would know that. But it does give that mystical, because Neptune rules the 12th house. So whenever you have an 8th and 12th house connection, that could be psychic, that could be spiritual, but that could also be dealing with spirits. That's why I'm going out of my way to tell this person about spirits, because the people around you do got spirits on you, and you got to remember that. And the more you try to be spiritual towards, say, God, the more they're going to try to pull you back with temptation or trials or tests or whatever. So we're going to stop this for me. This will be my audio part 1. But then I'll come back. Y'all will hear. It'll sound like the same thing to y'all. But then when I come back, it'll be a new audio. So that way, when I put all this and turn it into a video, I won't have no inconsistencies or no problems. And when I upload it, I won't have no problems either. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, let us continue. So now we want to go back to Sagittarius in the 8th house, because you got that Neptune. And then when you look, Neptune rules the 12th house, and you have Pallas in Aries. Now, just to make sure I said it and it got recorded, Capricorn in the 9th house is just going to take whatever in the 9th house, all that foreign stuff, long distance stuff, philosophy, religion, but it's going to turn it into a career. Because Capricorn is career and reputation. But so let's look at Pallas in the 12th house and see if they say anything. And this is a YouTube video, so I would have to pause this so I could listen to it. Otherwise, I get a copyright and violation. So Pallas in the 12th house basically is quite similar to Sagittarius being on the 8th house. It's all about teaching others. And the reason why they really put you through, just so you know, the reason why they put you through a lot, because that'll make you a better teacher. Like dudes like me. Like I said, a lot of people, it's like Baywatch. I used to watch Baywatch, and the lifeguards would try to warn the people, hey, don't do that. Oh, don't tell me what to do, because everybody's a badass. Oh, don't tell me what to do. No, I'm going to drink as much alcohol. I'll do what I want. Don't tell me what to do. And then within 5 minutes, they drowning out in the water. Help! Help me! So when you got the 8th and the 12th house on your zodiac, those are the houses that you can carry the most deep stuff. Everything's in the 8th and 12th house. So in order to help other people that are going through the same thing, you got to go through it too. So that's why you're going through it, but then that's why your 8th house and your 12th house is like it is. And that's why, if you notice, they connected your 8th house to your 12th house through Neptune, because Neptune rules the 12th house. So you will have the ability with Pallas to be a teacher for other people. And even if it was a soulmate situation or a twin soul situation, Pallas will represent the person who's going to help you balance out your Aquarius energy in the 12th house. So they're kind of agreeing with what I told you earlier. You have to find a way to become a teacher, not to be afraid. That's why they gave you all those gifts of good communication and stuff like that, good thinking ability, because you have to begin to use that to help others. And if you look at your chart, Gemini represents the breakups and all the crazy stuff. Sagittarius with Neptune, you're beginning to grow a little bit mature now. And then Virgo will always be service. So whether you're home, because Virgo represents the home, or service, wherever you're at, you're actually learning, you're actually using what you learned to help others, and that'll be to your benefit. So now you want to go Aquarius in the 12th house, or Aries in the 12th house. All right, this is astrologyanswers.com or Astrology Club, astrologyclub.org. So you'll be compassionate, sensitive, you'll have intuition, empathy, and you're very quick to want to take action. But because of compassion, remember, because the 12th house can be very sensitive, you could be emphatic. But with Aries there, it's almost like this person is just ready to go, ready to help. But they have to be careful because they can burn themselves out. Because then you start trying to solve everybody's problem. And that's why I told y'all I've learned just to put the information out there, and whoever needs to hear it will, or whatever needs to be done. Because you really can't control or help everybody. And some people, they would just get mad because they more or less just want to take it, let everything take its course. But you're right there trying to help them and stuff, so they get mad at you. So, like I said, but with all the synergy want you to do for others, Aries helping everybody, you got to be careful because you'll burn yourself out. So you still I know when to say no. And best way you can help anybody is to teach them to help themselves. But now, because Aries is in your 12th house, you're still going I am. But in the 12th house, this is about service and sacrifice to others. And that's what you're going to be doing. And that's why when you look at your Gemini and Sagittarius, it's connected to your home or Virgo, which is also service. So your Aries in the 12th house is basically becoming I am and all that, but it's to help other people. So Aries in the 12th house will help this person obtain Christ consciousness. All right. Now, let's take a look to see how these two are connected. Just give me a moment. Part of fortune in Taurus, or ascendant in Taurus. They're both dealing with Chiron in Taurus. And ascendant in Taurus to the left. But then this person has a true north node in the second house. Because the second house is Taurus. Sun sign Gemini. Gemini is the third house, and this is this person's moon sign in the third house, and their true north node. Venus in Gemini, or Venus in the second house. Sun in Gemini, or Sun in the second house. Vesta in Gemini, or Vesta in the second house. Moon sign in Capricorn, or moon sign in the third house. And that's the same for Mercury. All right. Juno and Leo, or true north node. Or Juno in the fourth house. Same with the true north node. Fifth house. Virgo. Well, they both got a Saturn and a Virgo. All right. Pluto in Libra, Pluto in Libra. Vertex cross will be Pluto in Libra, Pluto in Libra. When you get with Scorpio, Pluto in Scorpio, Pluto in Scorpio. Well, Uranus in Scorpio, Uranus in Scorpio. All right. I'm gonna find a vertex over here again. Vertex, vertex. All right. Now Sagittarius. Yep, they both got Neptune and Sagittarius. And then you see see how you see this. That's how you. This is the perfect example of a karmic soul mate relationship. Because Sagittarius is like the big energy on the other chart to the left, and that's where his vertex, which is the cross, karmic, and your soulmate assignment or your fated event or your destiny. But it's all about Sagittarius and Neptune, which is gonna take you to the 12th house and the 9th house, whatever sign is there. Now we want to really look at that though. We really want to look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 house. So it's still gonna be Virgo. See, just like her, Virgo, sir. See, like I said, it's a soulmate karmic thing. And see, right away you say, well, we ain't working together. You say it's a soulmate karmic assignment. We don't even get along. And see, I'm gonna be honest with all. We just live in a crazy ass world. Like right here on YouTube, you can go to Twin Flame Era. Twin Flame Era. That is Renee and Josh. Now they had supernatural stuff that brought them together, and I'm not gonna. You can listen to their videos. I'm not gonna tell you their business, but they tell you their business. Well, yeah, I'll tell you because they made this all public. Well, Josh was married, but he worked with Renee. So he started having dreams where he said Pisces, which is ruled by Neptune. Pisces began to tell Josh, your wife ain't who you're supposed to be with. You're supposed to be with Renee. And Josh was trying to ignore it, but him and his wife wasn't getting along. And of course, when you and your wife ain't getting along, it's easier to hear some stuff like that. Now, if you and your wife are having a great relationship, you wouldn't hear no crap like that. Especially since they don't like you anyway. So he had no motivation to go to Renee. other than what he was told. So he began to tell Renee, listen, I'm having these dreams, because Neptune controls your dreams, but Neptune rules Pisces. I'm having these dreams, and me and you supposed to be together. And so Renee ain't want nothing to do with it. She thought he was nuts. Because see, Josh is what you call a sensitive male. And see, another thing I want to tell you, her name is Rosemarie. You can see her on YouTube. Rosemarie Bay. RAHSMARIE Bay. Now give me a second because this thing. Rosmaria Bay. Okay, here we go. I got it. Now, it's called The Psychology of Astrology, featuring Rosemarie Bay. Now, the channel you can find this on is MJA222. So right now, if you were to type into a YouTube search engine, MJA222, The Psychology of Astrology, Rosemarie Bay, she should come up. Now, she said a fact, because like I said, just like out here, you be trying to teach people how great they are and their connection to the stars and all that on their natal chart, but all they want to talk about is that my twin? What about why don't they talk to me? Yeah? Because they don't want to ascend. They're happy being dumbed down and being victims, or really, a couple of steps higher than a slave. You know what I'm saying? You ain't ruling shit over here. Not really. And these people, in order to get what they get, they end up selling their soul or something like that. And that's still nothing compared to what the enemy got. And the reason why I say enemy, because they put your ass in this predicament. That's why they are your enemy, whether you believe that or not. But biblically and prophetically speaking, they are the enemy and their time is up. So getting back to the point. So now, instead of Rosemarie being able to teach these people the greatness of astrology and the wonderfulness, she got to start dealing with them on their low level. I'm a guy and I just don't feel comfortable around women. And so all this is on, so I'm not making this up. I told you where to go. Part 1 and part 2. Listen to both of them. So she had to start explaining to people why you feel that way about women and why you feel a certain way. But in a way, that's what happens, because so she said this is what happened. See, this is where Josh or Gary or these sensitive men, these men are, you hurt my feelings, or feelings, these type of men that didn't exist years ago. So Rosemarie says, what happened was women were not happy with the men that don't ask them how they're feeling, the men that don't do poetry, the men that don't buy them things. Because remember, I told y'all women want to read romance novels. So women were complaining that we don't have any sensitive men, and our men are too manly, and they don't want to really caress and all that. They just want to fuck or whatever. They're not really looking me in my eyes when we talk, and I really want a sensitive man. And black, they just kept on whining to the universe. Now this is the power of women. So then that energy began to go into the universe and began to give birth to what's called the sensitive male. He wants to do poetry. He wants to hold hands. He wants to look you in your eyes. And he wants to be with you. He just wants to sit with you and spend time with you and hold your hands and just listen to you. So Rosemarie said women began to get these type of men. And they were like, what the fuck is this shit? This dude is more feminine than me and shit. So they didn't want it. But that's typical females. Looking to give tourists in the mouth. So now you have these sensitive men that are here ready to take women to where they said they wanted to go. The massages, but not just sexually. They massages, the whole sensitivity to feeling and all this stuff. The same stuff they do with another woman. Oh, I'm with another woman because she knows how a woman feels. But there's men on this planet that can do that, just so you know. But right away, as soon as you hear a man, you're like, oh, hell, I don't want no man. I don't want no man touching me like that. But then a woman can touch you any way she wants to. So you've already made up your mind. But you're the one that brought these men here. You're whining and you want these sensitive men and all that. Now they're here and now you don't want them. Because, I can't relate to that. This guy's more sensitive than me, and I'm a female. So, ultimately, you continue to go back to the thugs or the men that put you in your place or the so-called manly men. So, what happened with Josh was that type of guy. He was like an infat. He was a sensitive male. And, you know, Renee didn't want nothing to do with it. But then Renee started to have the same dreams. See, this is how this stuff works. Because a lot of people, once you have a dream or something like that, you start to listen to it. But the reason why none of that stuff worked on me, because my twin was unbelievably beautiful. I mean, her beauty alone would have said, the old Gary would have been like, yeah, I'm going to go for it. You know, what's the worst thing that could happen? Especially the way she's looking at me. This is going to be easy work. That's what the old Gary would have said. But the new Gary was like, oh no, what the hell is she looking at me for? Because remember, I didn't know that was my twin flame. You usually don't know. You find out later when it's like too late. Now you all don't hurt each other and you're in separation. And then the universe begins to tell you what a twin flame is. It usually doesn't tell you beforehand. So I wanted nothing to do with that. And like I keep trying to tell you guys say soulmate and twins and sensitive males and infat. We did the same shit back, you know, 70s, 80s, or whatever it was. But we just didn't use those fancy words. Because this shit is nothing new. And that's why I keep trying to tell people, sometimes you have to be careful. You have to be careful. And I'm going to tell you again, when two people really do got that chemistry and really want it to happen, can't nobody stop them people from happening. Especially here in USA. Let's just say one day, you know, back in 1998, I was online all the time in Yahoo chat rooms and talking to all these people online. And it was easy to hook up with somebody. And not only was it easy to hook up with them, but they could be way out of town. And it wasn't nothing to jump on a train or whatever. Go from one state to another. I done seen that shit. I done did all that shit. Now, I remember one time I was in the chat room and I saw the girl's name was like something like AP Coco. AP Coco. So I said, that's probably a dark-skinned girl, a dark-skinned female from Asbury Park, New Jersey. I said, yo, you from Asbury? She said, yeah. That's all I said to her. I said, yeah. I told her where I was from and shit, and we started talking. And I was like, yo, I want to have sex with you and shit. Because that's what I used to do, like, back then. Yo, I want to have sex with you and shit. And she was like, that. She was like, that's what's up and shit. I don't know this chick. I just met her in Yahoo chat room. All I said was AP Coco or whatever. Yo, you from Asbury Park? Yeah. What's up? We talked for like a couple of minutes. And I want to have sex with you. She was like, that's what's up and shit. And so then, she was like, when I come back to Monmouth County, we're going to do this. I said, all right, bet. She came back to Monmouth County from school because she was in school. She was in college or whatever. She came back to Monmouth County, sure enough. But at the same time this is going on, I'm starting to change. Because around 1998, I started changing. I was like really aggressive towards women like that, no more as far as sexually. And I just started changing and shit. And so we did. So we went to, that was back in the day, Blockbusters was still open. And something was wrong. I had like, they said I didn't have no account or something. My account must have went bad or something. Because I used to live in a place called Twinbrook Garden. And out there was this other female for 8 years. But then we broke up. So I was trying to use that card in Blockbuster. They're like, that card is old and shit. So I still remember that. So I still got videos and shit, but they was giving me a hard way to go. But they finally gave me videos. So then we supposed to be watching videos in the crib. And it was just me and her in the crib and shit. We both on the couch and shit. And then I wanted to end the night. Like I was tired. And I wanted to end the night, but she still remembered what I said. You know what I'm saying? So she was going to hold me to what I said. So, but the thing I did tell her, even when, right after I told her I want to have sex with you and shit, she was like, all right, that's what's up and shit. And then I started feeling guilty. So later on in the same, like in the chat, I said to her, I said something about, you know, whatever. Like, you know, I was like looking out for her in a good way. And she like, I'm a grown adult. She said, you don't got to worry about what I do. And shit like that. So then I was still sitting there. So then I was trying to get her out my crib. I was like, all right, I'm getting tired of it. I'm ready to go home. And she ain't want to leave and shit. She wouldn't leave. I like, nah, give it. Because she wanted me to do what I said I was going to do and shit. So then, and just for the record, if it was early, I would have. But I was changing. So then she like, you know, whatever. So then when we stood up to leave, then she became more aggressive and shit. But to make a long story short, nothing really happened because it just wasn't me no more. I just wasn't that dude I used to be, which I was glad. I was changing. So then when I took her home, I stopped by this bar that we used to hang out with. So when I went to the door, they wouldn't let me in because I had sneakers on. Like weeknights, you can wear sneakers, but on the weekend, you can't get in that bar without sneakers. But I be trying to creep anyway. I'm just that crazy. I always try to sneak in there anyway. So So I was at the door, and the dude was trying to figure out whether he would let me in or not. Because first he said, you ain't getting in because we about to close. So no new people are coming in because we about to close this place up. You know, it's close to 2. Then he said, I'm going to let you in. Then he looked down and he said, but you got sneakers on. He said, so you still ain't getting in. So I was still trying to hang close to the door and trying to squeeze through however I get in. So when I was hanging close to the door, this woman came out. And she looked at me and she put her hand on my face and said, ooh, you shining. She said, you like an angel. And shit. Now keep in mind what had just happened. I had the opportunity to fornicate that I rejected for spiritual reasons. And then I got some lady telling me, you look like an angel and shit. So that was right on time and shit. So needless to say, that female never called me again. And but that was my start to getting away from the whole womanizing, chasing women and shit. But it wasn't fully over. But that was a major start. So getting back to Raj Maria Bay. So what she was saying to these dudes that was asking about women and all that, because like I said, these were sensitive men, and like I said, these type of men, they don't want to be arguing. Now another man, especially a man that thinks with his head, he knows it's going to be manipulation. And I hate to admit it, but I've seen it too many times. So that's why you play hard to get. Even if you study nature, it's a form of manipulation. Because you're going to go for the female, she's going to do whatever to reject it. But generally, if you know how to do it or whatever, you're going to get it. And I'm not talking about forcing nothing. I ain't talking about no crazy shit. Right? So I'm not justifying no form of brutality or illegal activity. I'm talking about the typical boy chases girl going to run and blah, blah, blah. But somehow they both end up having sex. That's nature. And for most people, that's how it's going to be. And like, you shouldn't take it personal. But me, I guess that's what it is. I guess you take it personal. I don't know. But that's a sensitive male, or you just don't want to do that. You want a female who, what's up? And I've had plenty of females like that. What's up? What's up? You know what I'm saying? Because that's how that was. That's how she was. And I met her online. You tell them what they want to do, and they with it. It's not all this silly shit. So that's why when I see females acting like that, for me, that's already a warning sign to leave that broad alone. Because all she's going to do is everything going to be joke or whatever. Because she's already pulling back. Which means no matter what happens, if anything doesn't go down the way she likes, she's going to pull back and pull back. You know what I'm saying? Whereas that other female is just as eager to meet you as you are to meet her. She's going to be down with it. And this is just my experience. So that's how I do it. Not saying I can't win over the female playing hard to get. I could, but it's just not attractive to me. Because I feel like I'm dealing with a child. Either you want this or you don't. So anyway, Josh and Renee. So they got together. And they was together. And they gave us 6 videos called Twin Flame Era. And they were supposed to be together and stuff. And they was. But what happened was, Josh was a sensitive or empath. So some of these men are like robots. Just like what I said earlier, human. And I told y'all I would explain that later. Now I'm going to explain it. See, even dudes like me, I'm pretty much, like if you know our whole background and pedigree, plus you got to understand metaphysics. Because there's a lot of people that came to planet Earth to help planet Earth. In your Bible, if you notice, anybody with a J-O is always dealing with dreams, angels, and planets and stuff, and constellations. So think about what I just said. If you didn't hear me, rewind it. Jonah, Joseph, Job, Joshua. They're all dealing with angels, planets, the sun and the moon, constellations. See, these are angelic people in human bodies. And that would explain why some people can almost be perfect, whereas other people have all these problems, can't do it, just can't get it right, and blah, blah, blah. No matter how much you try, they just can't do it. Because it has to have something to do with one frequency is way higher, like angelic or higher, and another frequency isn't. And you don't have to accept that or whatever, but what you should try to do is give a real reason. Not no dumbass, low-level reason, but give a real reason why some people can almost live like a spiritual life, and some people can't do it. And some of these people break down in tears like Apostle Peter and stuff. They break down in tears because they can't do it, no matter how hard. That's like when somebody cheat on somebody and they crying, talking about, I don't want to lose you, I love you and shit. You love me, why don't you just bring your ass home? And they cry, oh, I don't want to lose you. Or you love me, why you try to hide it? Or you love me, how come you never came to me and said, babe, we can work this out, I messed up. I can't trust you no more. You cheated on me, you lied about it, and only when you knew you was caught, now you begging me to take you back. I don't believe you love me no more. You trying to play me out. So I just gave you some of the reasons why stuff like that happened. So on her chart, you can see how she's going to go through this period and stuff like that. And even like she said, she's going to get far away because she may need to get far away. Because they want her to do, like I said when this thing first started, to teach other people. And I feel good teaching other people. And like I said, some of the people you teach do betray you and stuff like that, but I would still do it. Because when I'm fully secure about myself. When you're fully secure about yourself, can't nobody knock you out the box. They may try or whatever, but I could care less. Because a lot of people, when they forget, nigga, I was there when nobody else was there. I was there when you was strung out on drugs, and I hope you get off drugs. I was there when they put your ass in the crazy house, and I talked you out of that place. Like, y'all motherfuckers can act like I wasn't there, but I was there, and God know I was there, and that's all I need to know. Don't matter what they talking about. All right, so that's what I mean, a sensitive male. So the reason why Renee and Josh fell, because they didn't have that intimacy. They, not holding hands and stuff. And I guess Renee was more or less waiting for Josh to make the move, but he was like a robot. You can go look at it right now. He was he sat like a robot, talked like a robot. And one thing he kept saying was, that really hurt me. And Renee was like, because my twin said the same thing to me. Like when I said, this really hurts. And she just looked at me like, hurt? What are you talking about? So what your female should realize, you should be glad that somebody cared about you so much that the whole shit hurt them. That's why I be saying, I don't be knowing what's wrong with y'all. Like, I kind of know metaphysics. Like, I know the whole darkness. The light came out of the darkness, and the light went far away from the darkness, and now the darkness is insecure and all that shit. I understand it. I understand the film. But still, I just witnessed that. It's almost like you spit out anything that's really, not all of y'all, but a lot of y'all, a good majority of y'all do. Y'all spit out something that's good for you, and something that's fucked up like a thug or some stupid shit, y'all all witty. So that's why I said I've seen this planet long enough, and I chill. I chill from the status of I'm going to teach, and ain't nobody going to stop me from teaching, and I'm the type of nigga, I'll die for what I believe. And I've been doing this for decades. And I thank God, I never thought I'd make it this long. I would have been unthought. Like, we was in Asbury Park preaching when the homos used to throw footballs at us and all kind of shit. Because anybody know Asbury Park, especially way back then, it all went. The closer you got to the beach, the more you said, hey, hey. And we just preaching. We're not even bothering them. But they just didn't like it. They figured you was trying to change their lifestyle and stuff, so they really gave you a hard way to go. So that's the point. So Josh and Renee failed because they should have went, tried. And like a female, what they don't understand is this too. It may be awkward at first, because remember, the universe is bringing someone to you who you don't know yet, you don't understand. And even though they do have nothing but unconditional love for you because you are them, they got all these fears and stuff. And it could take a long time before they really start to feel comfortable around you. But that's what I be trying to tell you. If you really just believe the universe, just trust the universe. If y'all living together, because Josh and Renee live together, if y'all living together and start like, that's the best thing to do, and just start opening up to that person. Because the more you open up and get past this pain and all that, y'all gonna be close. To me, that's that twin flame when the people are kissing and all that, and they're turning into flames. But that's because you really committed to the situation. If you really believe the universe. Otherwise, you a typical person going love and light and talking all that stupid shit, but you don't really believe it. Just like the people in church talking about Jesus, Jesus, but you ain't even obeying Jesus. So on this planet, it's a lot of fake ass shit. And that's why people can't progress or move forward. And that's why I said, me personally, if you can't step to me on a grown-up level, I can't take you seriously. And I've studied the planet, and just being honest with y'all, too many people are moving like an animal. You're moving low level, low frequency. And the way y'all do sex, I mean, you see all these people getting diseases, you still do the same silly shit. All these people dying of sexually transmitted diseases, you still do the silly shit. So that should tell you right there, this is low level shit. Because if it wasn't low level, people wouldn't be dying because of these diseases. Because you would, just like I said right now, if I told all of y'all, hey, listen, there's this dirty swamp. I want all of y'all to come on through, and when I count to 3, we all gonna stick our mouth in it and drink out that swamp. You'd be like, man, you crazy. I ain't drinking out that swamp. I could die of poison. So animals probably pissed in that shit. I'm not. There's probably some shit in there. I'm not gonna drink out there. But you damn sure stick your dick all up in some shit you don't know where that been. All and without any type of protection. But on both male and female. So don't miss me with the bullshit like I don't know what I'm talking about. So this is all 8th house and 12th house that we talking about. But what the universe is saying to her is they're making her be a master teacher. And if she's willing to share her story, however she chooses to do it, she can't go wrong. And plus your bills will be getting paid as well. So she has to want to do that. So that's what her natal chart is saying. So on this talk, I know I took a long time, but I was really wanting to get that across to people that do listen. And now I want to look at her natal chart again. And Palace is about soulmates. Like, it would be Palace is going to try to help you balance out the Aries energy with your soulmate or your twin soul. Palace is also about social issues, helping people. Like, especially Palace retrograde will help people as well. And that's kind of what you see in your 12th house. So, I don't know if we did. So, let's try to do Aries in the 12th house just to see what's going on. Oh, yeah, we did. Somebody that aggressively wants to help other people. All right. So, like I said, we spent a lot of time on this chart. Now, in the chart on the right, we're not going to go as much. I explained all the planets, all that stuff, explained the houses. So, we're just going to try to go in and finally conclude. But this chart starts off already with the banger. It's already the karmic degree, the anaretic degree, and the ascendant. So that's a shaky place to have an anaretic degree. Because the anaretic degree is like the shake-up. So let's just look at I'm gonna say ascendant, 29 degrees. And again, like I said, for anybody that might ask that question, well, what do I do if I'm trying to approach a female and I'm coming across what we was talking about out here? Again, you gotta be more firm and talk. Because I mean, some of these females, if you don't say that to them, like it was in Car Wash, the guy had to basically tell that female, listen, I chased you through this whole movie, the movie almost over with, and I still ain't get you. Listen, I'm about to leave. You ain't never gonna see me again. You want to keep on playing hard to get? I'm a good man. I really care about you. We gonna have a beautiful future together. But if you want to keep on playing hard to get, I'm tired of chasing you. You really hurting my feelings. You're really disrespecting me and disrespecting how I feel about you. And I'm not gonna let you keep on doing this to me. And I'm about to walk up out of here. And if you don't do your part, you don't never have to worry about seeing me ever again. And then that was in Car Wash. And just as he got ready to turn around and walk, she finally got his shit together and called him back. And then the movie kind of ended with them hugging and shit. So if you want to do that with a female, that's on you. I'm always been different, but y'all got to understand, I just believe in shit. But my belief come true. But I don't mind sacrificing. I don't mind waiting. But I'm a lion. That's what we do. When we want to pray, we set out on that pray. And we just wait. And like a lion is trusting in nature and stuff like that. Because like at the end of the day, I firmly believe, no matter how long it takes, that God see everything. But I got a great relationship with God. And sometimes it's better that you do wait. Because if you get with a female, you're going to start having sex. You start having sex, you're going to start having kids. All that shit going to keep bringing. I'm talking about me. I ain't talking about y'all. But I didn't come here for all this silly shit on this planet. I came here to preach this mission and get the fuck off. And like I did come here even when I was little, I knew I came here for like love. Like the person I'm supposed to be with. But like the twin flame shit, that shit burnt to hell. Now, but it might be. She may get her act together. Who knows? or it might be somebody else, or because I've been with so many women since I've been here, maybe I won't be with no more. I ain't getting no younger, but that's not something I sit here and think a lot about, because I know, like I said, God's in control. And the truth of the matter is, I love my freedom. If I didn't love my freedom, then I would think more and more about being in a relationship. But I really don't want to give up a half inch of my freedom. I used to, but you can't share shit with people because people gonna fuck it up. All right. So this is one guy who described oh, somebody just submitted this. They claim 18 hours ago. It's funny how we got all these new videos coming out with you. I've never seen that many new videos come out on one person. All right, I'm trying to I'm reading. Just give me a moment. All right, we're gonna. They didn't really explain it, so all right. This person calls himself daykeeperjournal.com. 29 degrees or analytic degree. All right. Nobody really appears to be answering it. So we're gonna go ahead and do. I got my paperwork already on it, but I was hoping somebody else would. So again, it's all happening in Cancer, which is the family sign. Also rules the fourth house. And if you notice, in his fourth house is Libra, 18 degrees, which is the moon. So again, his Libra can mean relationships or the law, stuff like that. But Pluto means a great transformation. And at 18 degrees is the moon card. So this is a very watery. So his relationships are going to be very watery. Because first is Cancer energy, then it's the moon card energy, and then it's in Pluto, which rules Scorpio, water. So, and plus it has a motherly tone to it with 18 degrees, which is the moon. So his family relationships type stuff is going to be kind of watery and intense. And then at 29 degrees, So it's 29 degrees in the family. But remember, Cancer is family and education, even real estate, land and property, ancestors, possibly travel, health. So 29 degrees in Cancer. This signifies the end of a home or parental cycle. But I'm going to take it further because I already looked at his chart. So just like her chart had it, his chart has a intense mommy presence, one way or another. However you want to look at it. Intense mommy energy presence. So a person with 29 degrees Cancer, they feel like a home or a dramic class has served its purpose. So they may move to another home or another class. But they said, unfortunately, this could also signify the end of life, the ending of one's life cycle. But guess what they said? This is the millionaire's degree. Now, you know why this shit is funny? Because when you was looking at her chart in the early days, it did seem like she is about that money. So now they're talking about this is the millionaire's degree. So, again, y'all got to understand, no disrespect, but a lot of times when you jump into a relationship for the wrong reasons, you get exactly what you jumped into for. And that's why I be saying when people say, listen, I'm from the hood, I'm from the inner street, but I know I could rap. I'm gonna get me a contract. I'm gonna get signed. I'm gonna be down with this record label. I'm gonna be down with them. And so maybe they hear your demo or somehow you make that connection. And now you're there. They told you get to New York or whatever. Somehow you did it. Maybe one of them, they paid for your ticket or whatever. Fuck. Who knows? Either way, you get there in the studio. So they kind of playing your music or whatever. And you like this and that. And then some powerful people from that record label come in the room too. So you're like, oh shit, they in here. That's so and so. Oh shit, I can't believe they in here and shit. And then basically they tell you what's up. I bet. We like your music or whatever. We could definitely help you. But this is how we get down in the music or entertainment. First off, you're gonna sell your soul to the devil. Second off, you're gonna bend over and everybody up in here gonna run a train on you. Wherever you want to put it, it's going in. And you better make sure you do a good job and shit. So you get a lot of dudes that were straight up, straight. A lot of them were straight. Some of them dudes was really what you might call a street dude. Had respect on the streets or whatever. Some of them was fake the whole time. They was never on the street. They just know how to rap or something. And know how to write a good or whatever. Or got a good ghostwriter. Whatever it is. But either way, in that little room, they're gonna do the same thing that the white slave master did to the melanated slaves, and they're gonna turn you into a bitch. Now, when you get back up off that floor with all that stuff coming out your mouth, you can act like you hardcore. You could tell the whole world that you badass, you the same dude, and blah blah blah. But the truth of the matter is, you they bitch, and you gonna stay there, bitch, until you find some way out to buy your way out of that. And you still can't buy. It take a whole lot to get your soul back. If you ever can, you can't really ever fully get it back. Now, if you think I'm wrong, study Prince, the artist formerly known as Prince, because that's a perfect example of somebody who was very young, went up in there, got all fucked up in his ass, all up in his mouth, and all, and that's why he came out acting like a bitch, and all them years. But then he's began to wake up a little bit, and then he began to try to tell you other stuff, and you could hear it in his music. But if you really study the whole thing with Prince, it seemed like he was always fighting to get the soul back. And he didn't. And Prince knew he was going to die on, what was it, April 21st? Prince knew he was going to die. He had that shit on his house or whatever. That numerology was, he kept all around. He knew that was the date he had to die or whatever. And then whatever happened to Prince on that date, that's when he was gone. And they said he died in an elevator or some shit. But he had already wrote a song about dying in an elevator. He already knew all that shit. So y'all can take it any way you want to. So that's a 29 degrees Cancer. But they said, they talking about that's the millionaires. What they call that shit again? The millionaire's degree? Yep. So that's his first house. And again, they go to 16 again, just like hers. So he too is going to have some type of tower-like, Mars-like overthrow. But it's going to be karmic or anaretic. Now so now they made his 12th house his first house, which means he's on at least 2 different lifetimes. Because his 12th house should be his 12th house, and his first house should be his first house. But they made his 12th house his first house, which means he's on 2 different, the past life and the present life time zone. And then now the 12th house with Gemini. And again, we already told you what Gemini is about. Short travel, young children, communications, creativity, things like that. And as you can see, it's nothing there but Gemini. Then we already told you all about Taurus, and they go Taurus, Chiron, retrograde, meaning this person has trouble healing, and this is their 11th house where Aquarius rules, and they're showing you a 520, which 520 is Taurus, which is kind of funny. But if you ask me when does the sign of Taurus begin, it starts about May 20th or May 25th, and that's what this is saying. So that's kind of unique numerology. And I have a friend whose name is Key, and you see that Chiron looks like Key or K, and her birthday is 520. So ironically, this is the house that Aquarius rules. So when you find out where Aquarius is, it's right in the 7th house. Well, it's the 7th house, but they made it the 8th house now, because the first house is where Cancer is, and that says house 12, but it's actually the first house. So now this is Aquarius in the 8th house. Nurturing, number 6. Vesta, number 2. And 17, where Juno is Karmic, or the Star card, which again is Aquarius. So once again, this is all about Aquarius in the 8th house. So let's read that real quick. All right, now I jump to number 3 on Reverb Nation with me singing a Christian song, but I sounded horrible. But the only reason why I put it up there was because they wouldn't rate my page until I did, because the music I had up there was challenging Christianity, so they wouldn't play that. They wouldn't rate it. They wouldn't give me a rating. So I made a quick Christian song, and now I'm up on number 3. So I'm rising on those charts, boy. I'm just joking with you. But no, everything I said is true. But that's Gary Cole and the Reverb Nation. Got my little song there about Jesus. A lot of people say, oh, what about this? What about that? I don't really go deep with it. Like me, you're dealing with somebody that actually walks that walk, talks that walk, study. Like I said, whatever his name really is, just like when he came to Moses, he said, this is my name. This is the name I want you to use. So God is fully capable of telling you what's up. And he'll do that in his own time frame. Like, the only way the enemy rules you is if you let the enemy rule you. But if you really put God first, you're good to go. That's why I said too much people on this planet worrying about the same person who destroyed your ancestors and put your ass in captivity. Why are you worrying about that beast? He's about to hit flames of fire, never to be seen again. His time is up. So I really don't waste my time worrying about that shit. All right, who is Aaron? Aaron who? Oh, give me one moment. Cause I was looking for so everybody did it. Cause I was looking for some. We got a situation in our bathroom. So I was looking for a quick solution until we can get it fixed. Cause it looked like it's gonna be a big job. And I sent out whatever my emails, but it's just funny because people ain't really gonna look and they don't feel like looking, and they say, well, we want to look, and he might not even do nothing about it. But I don't have no time to look. I'm too busy. But a couple of people came through. So I don't know, when I get a chance, I'll look into it. Because I know it could definitely be done, but people just don't want to. They feel like you should be the one looking, but I'm not no plumber. I can give you the idea, but you got the parts, you figure that shit out. And they're like, no, you figure it out. I'm like, well, if you waiting for me to figure it out, it ain't never gonna happen. So, but a couple of people came through, so I thank God for that. All right, so if you're listening, you see the similarities that these two have, but that's why they have a karmic relationship. And again, people say, well, you know what? I don't know why we never got to that point, because you're making it seem like we're supposed to get to a point where we're actually helping other people. And I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all. Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. But he might help somebody in his own way. That's why I say I just don't worry about none of this silly shit that people worry about in third dimension. You can't be separated from your soul. That's just stupid. That's a third dimensional matrix deception. You and your twin soul are fine. Your twin flame are fine. Because my twin flame's higher self is always in my life and very beautiful. Very synchronicity, love is very beautiful. Even when I did a reading on my soulmate, she tried to say something like, I still care about you, but it's over or whatever, and blah blah blah. But she still made sure she did this thing, because I told y'all through her I learned about Durga and the lion, or Durga and the tiger. That's the strength card, and that was one of the cards that came out of that reading. And that reading is public on the other channel, Archangel Revelations and Prophecies 444. Just did it, 6-card tarot during the full moon. So that was her way of telling you, I still care about you, But boom, boom, boom. But what I was saying was, I knew that anyway, which is why I didn't pursue it, because I don't have no time to pursue somebody who ain't gonna work out anyway. Why fuck my freedom up for some bullshit? So I'm a different dude, and I'm glad I am, because I done been on this planet long enough. I done been through everything, and I don't have no more time and no patience for no silly shit. It's that simple. But when people know that, even when the universe knows that, if you study the book of Job, even though they fucked his whole life up, fucked him over, at the last chapter, they gave him back everything that they took, and they made him greater than he already was. So there are people studying you. It's how you carry yourself, and you'll be respected. But if you tap out or wimp out or do some silly shit, then ain't nobody gonna really respect you. And I remember one time, a long time ago, early 1990s, I was brought in this room, and it was a table, a big ass table, and it was just people behind the table, like notepads and everything. And there was a lot of people going in and out of that room. And something just said to me, plus I already knew, said when you go in that room, don't have no type of angry look, don't have no type of disrespectful look. Just go in that room, be real humble, act like you paying attention or whatever. Do not in any way, shape, or form show any animosity to them people behind that table or anybody in that room. And that's what I did. Walked in, they asked me some question, whatever, answered the question, said thank you or whatever, walked out that room and shit. Because those people behind that table, they're going to depend on your next move. Now, if you go in there, like I said, this nigga, he thought he was tough. Oh, I don't give a damn about it. Okay, now you don't give a damn when it's freezing outside and you need a ride home. And now I don't give a damn if you don't make it. Since you don't give a damn, let's not give a damn together. So, by me being humble and respectful, the next place I went to was nice. I'm chilling. You know what I'm saying? Now, some other nigga go up in there cursing him out. Get your hands off me and tough guy and all that shit. His ass gonna go somewhere ain't gonna be so nice. So, probably as soon as he get there, he gonna get his teeth kicked in or some shit. So, that's what it is. You gotta get yourself to a point where you get your shit nice and stay that way. And stop letting knuckleheads in your life or letting people that shouldn't have that much control over you have that much control over you. Because if you don't do it, your life gonna keep staying effed up. And that's why I said, like, somebody like my twin, she had to learn the hard way. But she has to eat humble pie, and that could take a long time. Because she'd have to get to herself. She'd have to get to a position. Let's just say she's seen me somewhere. She'd have to get to a position where she would actually walk up to me, and not like she used to do with all that goofy following me but not talking and all that silly shit she used to do. She's got to get to a position where she sees me and actually says something, because that'll be the breakthrough. Because I'm just saying, let's just say I went somewhere this week and she'd see me and she came with that same silly shit. I would just walk past her, just like I did in 2014 and 2015. You still on that little kitty shit, and I'm not gonna let you bait me into no more bullshit like you did back then. You the reason why I got fired in 2016. You fucking up my income, you fucking up my reputation, all that shit. But that's some typical negative female bullshit anyway. So that the best way to do is, when you grow up, we can have dialect. If you still stupid, there's no need to talk to you. And when you do that and you show those people that and show the universe that, that's when things start to step up to what you expect. But if you're a coward and don't know how to stand up for what you believe in, you're going to keep on getting played out. Like I told you about that Jay-Z song, it's either pimp or die. So if you love me and I don't love you, the street code says I got to pimp your ass out. And not saying I agree with the code, but that's the way it is. Now, so Aquarius in the 8th house. And again, this could deal with technology as well, because the 8th house is everything, science, everything's in the 8th house. All right, again, this is astrologyclub.org. So with Aquarius, you can always deal with friends, association, groups, social causes, sponsorship from other people. And remember, the 8th house is about finances, so this could have to do with finances, but it could have to do with anything that's in the 8th house. Science, sexuality, anything that's in the 8th house. That's why it's important to know what's in your 8th house, and all of that is on your free report. Could deal with technology, and that's what I kind of told you on your natal chart. You kind of see technology. So like I said, these people might have met due to technology. Could have been a technology job, something about technology, or like I say, if it is something criminal, it would be something like some innovative dude that knew how to manipulate drugs and shit. But you gotta understand, drug dealers, that's how they think. They get the product, and now they're trying to wonder how they can make this product last longer and make them more money. And plus, if they can learn how to make the product get people high faster and get them addicted quicker, that's money. So these guys become chemists. And if you really understand what I'm telling you, if you understand their past life, these guys are not no dummies. These guys, some of these guys are pyramid builders and shit like that. All from a past life. So this is all coming out the 8th house and the 12th house. So they say this a person with that placement has got to be careful that they don't let the group take them over, bossing them around or whatever. So Uranus and Aquarius in the 8th house, because Uranus rules Aquarius. This is something about metaphysics, could be astrology, search for truth. And Aquarius likes to dig knowledge, but they don't necessarily go deep with it. But in a placement like this, they may be pushed to go deeper. And again, the numbers there is 17. And this is again Juno. So this person might find themselves in a serious relationship with either Aquarius or Scorpio. And in some ways, it might even be a Libra. But 17 degrees is the star card, which is Aquarius energy. 6 degrees is the lover, and this is the Cursor asteroid. The lovers are about doubt, Gemini energy. And then you have it again, Vesta. And remember, you have to be careful. Wherever you see Vesta at on your chart, you have to slow down, or otherwise you're going to burn yourself out. And on a chart like this, Vesta could represent. It could probably be more sexual than anything, because this is the 8th house. But it could even be sexual, spiritual sex, where people spiritualize sex. And it could have something to do with the community of people. Okay, now the 10th house got Aries in it, so it's some type of Aries aggression with 19 degrees, which is again sun energy. Now the 7th house is relationship, but here you go again. So 14 degrees Palace again is, I guess, temperance, the balancing. But temperance is Sagittarius energy. And because just like over here, I think you had Capricorn in the 9th house. Now over here you got Sagittarius energy in Capricorn. So that could be a career or something. So 7th house, like I said, it could be a relationship, business contracts, but it's going to be about business. So even if it's about relationship, it's still going to be somewhat kind of serious because of Capricorn, and it may still be about business. Let's see what Mars and Capricorn is. And remember, Mars, Capricorn is a lot like Saturn, so it could still be karmic. Alright, so this is trustedpsychicmediums.com, and I want to look at that again to make sure I pronounced it correctly. But what happened? Give me a moment. Trusted Psychic Medium. Singular. It's a singular word, not plural. Trustedpsychicmedium.com. Let me do it again. Trusted Psychic Mediums. Mediums is plural.com. But the psychic is singular. So this is Mars and Capricorn is all about business. Your zodiac symbol, usually a mountain goat, shows how cautious and careful you are, while never losing your ambition to climb higher. You are known to be sure-footed. Your ruling planet is associated with fear, Saturn, and anxiety, while Mars in Capricorn helps you overcome your obstacles. So the person might be self-confident with Mars in Capricorn. But remember, this is in a relationship house or a business partner house. Mars and Capricorn men, ambitious. They have positions of authority, public offices, and are high-paying jobs. Now remember, they equated him with the millionaire. And remember, the house that they said he was like a millionaire degree. Now that house is opposite this house because they work together. So that might have been one of the reasons she was attracted to him, because she also seen to have financial concerns in her chart. So she's kind of attracted to this guy, but things may not have worked out the way she would have liked it to be. And I had a friend like that, and she had a guy. He had money and he was real smart. Like when you see Uranus and Scorpio and all that, some of these people are real good with technology, and that's how he was. So he could get into her computer and find out who she was talking to. Somehow he got my number and shit. And like her father he was abusive though, and her father tried to protect her from him, so he beat her father up. And then he got my number, but I wasn't thinking about that dude. You know what I'm saying? So when he called my house, cause she was telling me, like when you deal with females, you gotta deal with a lot of shit. So she was trying to warn me, like, oh, he's kind of crazy and shit. I said, man, fuck that nigga. He ain't crazy. He won't be crazy when he called me up. So he called me up, but like I said, we had a good. Like I really don't play games with niggas. Like I'm just not that dude. Like I'm the dude who'll stab you quick as I don't give a fuck. And when the cops find me, I tell you exactly where I be. If I ever have to commit a murder, come to a local bar because I'm gonna get my drink on before they arrest me and shit. That's all I'm thinking about. Fuck them. Fuck the person I had to stab up. And when I go to the county, I'm just going to deal with some crazy ass thing. Like whatever go down, I'm not gonna worry about it. You're gonna worry about it when you finally whatever happened. But I don't worry about that shit while it happened. But that's one reason why I'm still here, because people know I really don't care. I've been around crazy people my whole life, but I use it. What I'm trying to tell you, use it to a benefit. That's what I was trying to tell her. Learn from it, grow from it, because I had to grow. That's why you hear me saying words like grow up, people get offended, but we all gotta grow. We all gotta grow up. Learn from it, grow up, and move on. And the more you realize that, the better your life gonna get. I keep my mind on shit that's real. I don't worry about no churches, no religion. That's some bullshit. And most of them people, they not trying to do it. You understand? Like when you study somebody like Messiah, he gave up his life for everything. So if you ain't ready to give up your life for everything, you could never follow the Messiah. All you can do is be these fake phony frauds talking about Jesus, 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 but doing what the fuck you want to. So it's fake. And I did that shit. It wastes your time, fuck your life up. Now if you go around the world, like it's a whole lot of Christians around the world dying, being murdered and executed for this Jesus. And then if you look at the Arabs, they ready to die. The real ones, they ready to die for what they believe. Like this ain't no pansy fake shit. But over here, you can be whatever you want to be. I could wake up on Monday and be a woman. I could wake up on Tuesday and be a man. I could wake up on Wednesday and walk around the streets like I'm a badass. I could wake up on Thursday and be a little punk. I could wake up on Friday and ride a bicycle. I could wake up on Saturday and ride a motorcycle. I could wake up on Sunday and just dive in the water and go swimming. I could wake up on Monday and realize I can't swim and drown. So you could do anything out here. And in a way, that's a good. It's good that we got that much freedom. But you also got to realize that with that freedom come a bunch of fake ass bullshit. Fake ass thugs, fake ass gangsters, fake ass lyrics and stuff that the person ain't never do. So you got to be careful who you fucking with. You know what I'm saying? And just because somebody's staring at you and they look like they serious, that don't mean shit. Like, if you serious, prove it. So if you stare at me like you love me so much and I do one thing you don't like it, then I see the psycho crazy broad, I'm going to say, yeah, I'm glad. That's why I ain't fuck with you in the first place. Yeah, this is crazy. I do that. I got crazy relatives now. I don't need nobody around me that's crazy. I got plenty of crazy people around me. And if somebody said you need to count yourself as one of them, hey, I already did. I'm number one, motherfuckers. So what the fuck you talking about? So, all right. So they say that these type of businessmen do not play mental or emotional games in relationships because they take matters of the heart as seriously as they take financial security. To this man, being unreliable in a relationship is a deal breaker, no matter how much he likes you. Well, I don't know, because the way she said it, it's kind of like there was something going on. Something like with narcissism or something like that. So I don't know if that's true of this guy or not. A man with Mars in Capricorn will be more likely than ever to do kind things for you. I don't know. And then they start to praise him. He is practical, and he may want to help you by paying a bill for you. No, 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 ladies. He's going to pay that bill for you, and then next thing you're going to know, you're going to hear Nas, you owe, you owe. Paying a bill for you or fixing a broken whatever it is that needs fixing. He can handle it. And he can also handle himself and you in the bedroom. So you are in good hands if they are that a man with Mars in Capricorn. So you can tell some bimbo wrote this. So just so y'all know I ain't make this up, this is trustedpsychicmediums.com. Capricorn star sign, Mars in Capricorn. So she probably had some type of good experience with a guy. Or sometimes when a woman really likes you, she'll just make shit up. And that's what this looks like. I think she has Pisces in the 5th house. Because those are people that start making shit up when it comes to love. His ruling planet is Saturn and Mars combined for these men to be stronger than ever. This means he will work harder, be more efficient, and more loving. Now, up until now, they said Capricorn could be kind of cold. And I'm a moon sign in Capricorn, and I know that to be true. So I don't know what this broad is talking about. Because Saturn rules outcomes and Mars rules action, you can bet that this is a good time to bring up your commitment to each other while Mars is in Capricorn. Following your cautious nature, you will want to plan and prepare for any change. So if you are wanting to get closer to love interest or just be more passionate with your current partner, Mars will enable you to ask and get what you want. Be grateful and be sure to show gratitude to those around you. Hey! Mars in Capricorn in love. All right. So I don't know if that's true. But you do see Pallas at 14 degrees. So Pallas is trying to balance it out because 14 degrees is the Temperance card, Sagittarius energy. Now, Pallas in the 10th house is somebody that can use people for financial reasons. Now the 6th house has Sagittarius, so that's taking you back to the whole Virgo thing again. Virgo and Sagittarius that we already talked about on your chart. Sagittarius in the 6th house could have to do with any of that stuff, teaching, philosophy, everything we talked about. But it's the home now. It's the home and service and children. Mercury is good communications. At 8 degrees, it's going to take you back into the 8th house or Scorpio energy. The vertex at 10 degrees is really the world card. Is really the Wheel of Fortune card. Jupiter energy, 10 degrees, which really becomes 1. Neptune at 18 degrees is the moon. So again, all this can be psychic. It could also deal with dreams. But ultimately it has to do with the 9th house or long whatever or more mature situations. Could be a form of healing. Now I did miss one thing. We did your house with Mars and Capricorn. But now you got the anaretic degree. 29 degrees Sun. Well, no, I didn't miss it. Because that 29 degrees Sun is in this house. Which is the 6th house. So it's 29 degrees Sagittarius. This denotes the end of a spiritual cycle. This denotes that old belief systems and philosophies no longer serve a purpose, or those ideas leave much to be desired. A far from home pilgrimage or self seeking journey ends, inspiring internal change and self betterment. Now, why that's funny, because she said she was going to get away from him, and the mileage she gave me, I don't remember what it was, but it was a lot. So that's why I said sometimes on different charts, you may think it's about that person, but it could be about you. But it could be implying that her getting away from him will help him. And that's why I said me, at the end of the day, all I'm trying to do is show you what I see on your chart. But some people need arguments, and some people need breakups and cheating and all that shit to get this shit moving a certain way. So that's why I can just, for the most part, show you what's there, put a little bit of input, but ultimately it's going to be up to the people that are going to finally determine what really happens. So, in this 6th house, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is really supposed to be about home and service and stuff like that. And that could also be teaching, because just like you, he got the same thing. He's like a good teacher, good Mercury, communication, and all that. But that anaretic degree is going to do something about it. But they said it would be kind of like some type of belief system being tested. But they also implied it would be a belief system that has some form of separation. And you said, because remember anyway, Sagittarius is all about journeys and stuff. Usually long distance journeys. Like I said, one time I worked with this female. We were still young. I was probably in my 20s by then, Maybe. If I wasn't 20, I was 19. But around there, whatever. So the last time I saw this female, I was about 16 or 17 in high school. She was yeah, I could tell you almost exactly how old I was. Yeah, about 19 or something. Because she was like 2 years younger than me. But she used to always come up to my locker and talk shit to me. I didn't know who she was, and I didn't know why she was interested in me for any reason. And cause like I'm a guy, we're stupid. It was a whole lot of females who used to try to bully me and stuff. And then I found out later on that was just they liked me. That was just their way of trying to talk to me. But I didn't fit. I couldn't. I never knew. And so she used to always talk trash to me in high school. I never would say anything back to her because she is like one of the most popular females in my school, and she knew all the dudes, and they would have beat the shit out of me. So I ain't say shit back to her. She'd come to my locker every day, call me goofy, talk trash to me, and I didn't know her. Like I didn't know, but all I can imagine was a lot of those females, like that were a year younger than me or 2 years younger than me. I was always flirting with them and stuff. So a lot of them, some of them liked me, some of them didn't, but a lot of them didn't like me because I was always talking shit. So I figured somebody must have told her, and she said, "Oh, who? Let me see if he'll do that to me." And I ain't say shit back to her because I knew who she was. She is unbelievably popular, and I would have had to fight every dude up in there. And I said, "No, let me stop lying. I would have got my ass kicked by every dude up in there." And back then they used to jump dudes, you know. So even if you could fight, you better be able to fight anywhere from 5 to 10 to 20 dudes whipping your ass. So I ain't never say nothing back to her. So I see her again, I guess 2 years later, because now she's out of high school. So that's got to be 2 years later. So I'm probably 19 or 20. And she's, close to my age, to 18 and whatever. So now we're working together at a job, and now she's talking to me, and now she wants to like be with me, and I'm still I'm having a hard trouble figuring this out. Plus, I'm also becoming religious. And see, it's kind of funny because, what's funny, I'm talking about your sixth house. And Sagittarius is about religious beliefs. But it's actually two things in your sixth house that is tapped into exactly what I'm talking about. And plus, you could say three, because Mercury, she and I had great communication and shit. And I know I was a Leo. For all I know, she was a Leo too. So maybe you got four things or whatever you think. But anyway. So she says she's leaving. So she leaves the job and she says she's going back down south or back with her family in Virginia, which is funny because I got family in Virginia. That's really where my family's from, Virginia. And so when she leaves, I'm depressed. Because now she's gone and I'm saying, oh, I wish I had talked to her. And, oh. And then all of a sudden she came walking back through that door. And that's probably one of the happiest days of my life. And when she walked back through that door, from then on, that's when I was really talking to her. And me and her almost really became a couple. She even came to my place of worship with me. But it did, it did kind of simmer down. And we kind of went both our own ways. So what I'm trying to tell you is sometimes separation can cause a reevaluation and a change of your personality or how you see things. Relocation can alter realization. All right. And the separation is denoted by the 29 degrees, the karmic, the anaretic relationship. Anaretic degree. It's implying some into something, either separation or like belief. And you would say, what belief system? So it could be a religious belief system, or it might just be a belief system where it's keeping both of y'all away. Because that's what happens. Like, I went from saying, okay, listen, I like her a lot, but I'm really trying to get with this religion and yada yada, and I was making up all these reasons why we couldn't be together. But once she was taken away from me, all that shit didn't matter. All I knew was I wanted to be with her, and then she came back and stuff like that. So that's what I'm trying to say. That's why separation may be necessary. The 29th karmic degree, energetic degree. Now, 5th house, Scorpio. Now that's deep. So this is definitely gonna be highly sexual. Highly sexual. If you got Scorpio in your 5th house, highly sexual. You got Venus there, highly sexual. But it's still 16 degrees. See how he got all 16? No, that's another. But he still got a lot of 16 degrees. So that means it's still going to be some type of tower going down before they can rebuild. And then, like I said, 19 degrees is the sun. Because Uranus and Scorpio in the 5th house, that means anything could happen. And Uranus can even represent technology and stuff. So this could be people to get their freak on. This could be people to get their freak on with technology and stuff. I was watching one thing where the dude would get like a young college girl, sit on this, and she had to sit on this, and he's adjusting the speed of it and everything and stuff. So he would use that to really get her to a point where she would be ready for anything, and then he would finally come in. So this the reason why I'm telling you that, because in that house, that's kind of like the implication. Whenever you see Uranus and Scorpio, it could have to do with high technology, unique technology, but this is the house of sexuality, sexual fun, and stuff like that. So this could be technology and stuff like that. Whenever you're dealing with Aquarius type people or Uranus type people, they may be more inclined to try stuff like that. And like I said, if I was going to talk about Uranus Scorpio, I want to use a website that's going to deal with it. I don't use sextrology too much, but in a case like this, I would probably use it if I came across it. All right, this is myastrologybook.com. Uranus is exalted in Scorpio. That means that Scorpio is Uranus's strongest, most creative sign placement, where it expresses its energy in the most highest form. They're going to have tremendous will and persistence. They're going to find a way to express themselves. They could be a healer, surgeon, psychologist. They go deep beneath the surface, and it causes a pain and disease. But if there's any affliction, that means they're going to be jealous, envious, possessive. This person is capable of the highest or lowest behavior. So I just said it. Now listen to what they say. This is myastrologybook.com, Uranus and Scorpio. Many individuals with this placement are innovative in sexual matters, anything taboo. And they have insights into what makes the darker side tick. So these are your freaks. And then they say these are the mystical, the occult, and drugs hold your interest. Uranus returns each sign once every 84 years. So these are the freaks. They'll do anything. Freaky toys, electronic toys, any type of sexual toy, even getting high or getting drunk and just fucking going all out. And when you see the number 7, that's mystical. Or it's also Chariot card of Cancer energy. The 7 card is the Chariot of Cancer energy. And again, so anything could happen in that house. Fourth house, again, I think we already talked about Libra, Pluto, but that's going to be transformation, and it's associated with family. It could also be law. Now there you see that Virgo again. Now Virgo, the true north node, is 21 degrees, so it's going to be karmic. Saturn is also karmic. 13 is the death card, destroyer, meaning it's, again, you're going to go down and come back up. The moon is also at 21 degrees, karmic. But remember, like the moon is like the motherly almost, and the moon in Virgo is almost like saying Mother Mary. So this could also be spiritual. This is the third house of communications and publishing. So again, he's gonna have somewhat of a motherly approach to the home, communications, his brother and sister, siblings. But I just it's kind of funny because I just recently saw I just did a chart like this with Saturn and the moon in the second house, and Saturn can be the fatherly energy that's in his life, or was in his life when he was young, and the moon could be the motherly energy. But even when you see Saturn at 13 degrees, that's the death. So it may have been some type of death situation with his father as well. Now in the second house, which is the money house, and you got Uranus retrograde with Lilith retrograde. Again, you're still seeing that number 7, and Lilith at 13 degrees, which is death for Scorpio. Now, Uranus retrograde, Jupiter retrograde does not necessarily have to mean, oh, there's a problem with the money. Because a lot of times, any other planet that's retrograde, you would say the opposite of what the planet means when it's direct. But that's not the case for Jupiter. Jupiter is more like questioning everything. Now, if you are questioning things, you could possibly mess the money up in the second house. But then they got Leo there, again, to be bold and not to be afraid, not to question the money. So, that's that. That's that. And we looked at a lot of retrogrades can give you implications, and a lot of retro, and anytime you see Uranus or Scorpio and all that, and Pluto retrograde. What I got from all of it though, but remember, I don't know these people. There's no way what I'm about to say, there's no way I'm going to be 100% right. But I think when I'm looking at her chart, she's just more like an empath. So like it's multiplied. So whatever he's doing, it's unbelievably multiplied for her. That's what I get from it. Now, again, I'm only going by what I saw in the chart, but it just seems like whatever he's doing is more multiplied by her. And the only way she could, if I'm right, the only way she could better deal with that, like I said, she probably would have to move away, but she's going to have to deal with her retrogrades. She's going to have to learn how to relate to people and not overreact. Because that's what it could be. Like, it could be, what I'm saying is it could be a justifiable reason, but it may still be like an overreaction. Like I said, because it may be necessary. But let's just say somebody pissed you off in New York, and you said, what, I'm sick of this. This person has been pissing me off for years. I'm sick of this, and I bought a hut out in Africa. So that's like a major overreaction. Okay, if they pissed you off in New York, there's a whole lot of places you could go that that would be away from that person if that's what you want to do. You wouldn't have to necessarily go that far out, but it may serve your purpose, but it's a little extreme. But again, people got to do what they feel they need to do. But what you want to do, again, and this is how I'm going to end this long video. What you want to do is always hold yourself accountable and don't pass off. If you're a female, stop blaming men. Hold yourself accountable. If you choose to wear something, don't say you wore it because you want it. Just say you wore it because you wanted to. Don't make up any excuses. If you want to go to the bar and get your drink on and then get your freak on, stop making it seem like that just happened to happen by chance. And stop all that stuff. Because all you're doing is teaching yourself that it's not your fault, not your fault, you're not your fault. And then when you finally have the opportunity to have a good relationship with somebody, it's not going to work because you're too immature. You got to get to the point where if you did it, you did it. Own it and just deal with it. Good or bad. Own it and just deal with it. And do that with everything. And again, when you know your natal chart, you can see, you start to learn. Maybe I'm being oversensitive or whatever the case might be. Or even I would love to see people finally get to the point where they finally communicate. One of my favorite shows of communication was King and Queens, or King of Queens. With that comedian and with the female. It's pretty fun, with Leah Remini or whatever her name is, with Scientology. Because they used to always talk about everything. Even if they were attracted to somebody else, they would sit there and talk about it. Now, how many people do that? Very few people could sit together and say, this is why I'm attracted to her, or this is what I was feeling. But that's how you get better in a relationship. I mean, to me, that's the ideal. See, it's good that she communicates because she was writing her little heart away. And I remember I used to be the same way. But now you won't see me do shit like that no more because, first off, something's got to matter. But if it really matters, you shouldn't have to write long letters because that person should care enough about you that you don't have to sit there and try to figure it all out by writing long-ass letters. So like I said, I see my self-worth now. I see my self-worth. And if other people can't see it, then they can kiss my yellow ass. And I put my trust in God. So I'm always going to have a job somewhere doing something. And even when my health got really bad, God brought me back. So don't fear nobody but this is me. This is me talking to me, but hopefully some of y'all can find your place as well. I fear no one but God, and I'm going to do what God tells me to do. And I'm going to move forward, and I will not play this matrix anymore. All this silly stuff, whatever it is, if it's silly, if it don't add up, then we won't be doing it. I'm still going to be respectful, because there's no need for me to argue with people that don't know any better, or they're just stuck in the matrix. So I'm not going to try to argue with people, but I'm just not going to follow the program that these people are on, because it's somewhat of a hypocritical, it's somewhat dysfunctional. And unfortunately, if you fear anybody, you better fear God, because God is the one that's going to decide whether you go to hell or go to your next spot after this. So that's why you want to make sure you know God, fear God, and keep it moving. As far as relationships, well, we all know they tend to come and go. But you do meet special people every now and then. But again, it would be wise to take it slow. So that way you don't start telling a person, I'm so glad I met you and, you're different and all that. Because then all you're going to do is push that person away. So you kind of got to take it slow. Don't lose your cool. And, whatever. Be thankful. And, if it's meant to be a longer relationship, then it will be. But it may not be meant to be a longer relationship, and you just have to deal with it and move on. We live in a very problematic world, so unfortunately, there's no one set way. But hopefully, through this video, you found different ideas, different thoughts that may help you with whatever you're going through. Again, make sure you got your natal chart. Make sure you have the most recent services offered and price list. Again, I do all kinds of services, not just natal charts. You can always get that information either on my channel in the description box, or you can always contact me and ask for it. And again, I'm going to say it one more time. I do way more than just cards or natal charts. Anything paranormal, anything supernatural. We also do the phone consultation as well. So that's for anybody who sees the need it. But it's like everything. It's like really all in one. Very, very few things that I don't do. All right, that's it. This is Gad. I'm out. God bless.